pieces, but not all of it.
You don't get to do a recap.
I wasn't here.
You just get to sit there. Baby's in the corner.
Be nice.
Go sit in the corner and cry, Scav.
Better.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern. We're opening the doors for tonight's session as we were off last week, and I think we're off next week. Someone check the calendar and remind me.
Take a look and see.
Because I don't remember.
Neither do I.
I think it's next week we're off.
I could tell you right now. Give me one moment.
Well, that's not right now. That's later.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So next week the tavern will be closed. We'll be hanging the sign up being like, hey, we're closed this week. But after that, we'll be back for a few games, and then, we get into the Thanksgiving holiday, Indigenous People Month, and all the holidays off in November.
Yep.
The holiday using as an excuse to overeat.
Looks like I
Because
hear
clearly-
the 14th, the 4th, 11th, 25th, 23rd, and 30th.
Yeah, in November we have one game. But with that, we don't have any announcements outside of, support your local game stores as they love your attention and to alleviate you of your funds for merchandise that
But
support
it's for a
tabletop.
good purpose.
No, you can find some really great hidden gems sometimes.
Yeah. But with that, we're going to jump into the recap. Hey, Tom, thank you for volunteering. You're so adamant before starting to tell us about the recap.
Yeah, so that way it can be the shortest one ever because I'm drawing a fucking lot of blanks here. I think Nikolai finally brokered some form of peace between two gnomes that were trying to.
Just go over what Mongo remembers.
That is what Mongo.
Mongo wasn't there. He couldn't remember
Yeah.
that.
That you know of. Basically, Mongo got his date with Lumion, which was a bit more eventful than he was originally estimating.
Just the mental image of that, and I can imagine Bank has that. The Cochrane of Scrying.
Well, it hasn't even been 10 minutes yet.
He probably has a few of those.
We've been on for a while.
Huh.
Fuck it. We're not monetized yet.
Oh.
And I didn't swear. Wasn't swearing, it was just odd content.
Yep.
Keep going. Come on.
So yeah, first thing they got to do was, well, Mongo had to get past the. Wait, you mean I get to pick what we're doing? I have absolutely no idea. So they went to lunch at this amazing place that I want to go to in life. Which was none on the same continent because Lumion can just, step to wherever he wants, no matter how far away it is, I'm guessing. But they went to this nice little coastal restaurant ran by a friend of his and contact. A soft
shell.
Yeah, soft shell turtle who's super chill and super relaxed. Yeah, basically the restaurant just kind of looks like him and a couple of his other turtle buddies just found a couple of really cool trees, lanced them together, and then just started digging what they needed in the sand and threw, well, whatever they had around for like tables and chairs. And if you ever find out about a place like that, for fuck's sakes, please let me know. I will go there and I may move there. Yeah, and they got to kind of chatting. Well, Mongo had probably the best fish and chips of his entire life. I mean, the fish was caught like, what, an hour before it got fried?
Within an hour range, yeah.
Yeah. And apparently the imagery of it was so amazing that the other brothers decided, I want to go there too. But then they went back and, you know, Mongo and Lumion just kind of got to chat, and it's like, well, you know, I could just take you to that school and we can get you your wand. But Mongo felt that going without his dad would be not the best idea, so we just apparently just stopped off back home, grabbed him, and went to school. And that's when Mongo found out a little bit more about Plume Tree. Apparently he is a professor at the big impressive school that Maggie went to. And that Mongo is a hand-selected private tutor of Plume Trees. So, you know, there's all that. So Mongo didn't feel like he wasn't worthy enough now. Now he really does.
That's good. He finally feels like he's worthy.
No, not even fucking close. You're even further away from that line now. And yeah, turns out they kind of just like, oh, okay, they have an on-staff wand maker. So when you do actually acquire your core, you go in and start selecting whatever material speaks to you. And as it turns out, found out a little bit more about the old man's wand, and it being a, let's see, the core is the last breath of a dying star, which how you bottle that is beyond me. And the rest of it is made of the bone of a solar dragon. So that's pretty fucking impressive.
Yeah, sounds like.
Depending on the show. Yeah. So Mongo took some time, went through found one that spoke to him. And then they proceeded to draw a little bit of Mongo blood, so that way it's made like kind of binding things together. And then was promptly commissioned in real life to actually make the wand. That wasn't a joke.
Oh, I know. I find it.
You'd fucking do it too.
I actually kind of figured you'd probably do something like that. It makes sense.
Because I did it for one of my other characters.
It's so fitting.
Yeah. Yeah, then they went back. And I'm kind of blanking on the rest. Oh, no, now I remember. Cayenne's dad had a blanket, and it was passed down and given to Cayenne. And, well, after the food fight that we had, which still baffles and confuses those who have not been with us for as long as they have. Coin was pretty fucking confused by it, despite the fact this was not her first food fight. She just kind of took cover and it's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Got in a few good shots. Nikolai may or may not have gotten hit by a bucket again. This time filled with gravy.
Or me.
Even Lumion got in on it. But after that was all said and done and everybody got cleaned up, we identified Cayenne's dad's blanket. And, oh, that was a fucking ride. Yeah. Yeah, turns out a little further, like moments after the mustachioed menace dispatched Nikolai's mom, the party split. The Goody Two Shoes version of Maggie, Rorik,
Not goody two shoes. Let's change
Uh,
that, actually. More like the puppet version.
yeah,
Puppet Maggie.
That's what I've been starting to call him, is Puppet Maggie.
all right, Puppet Maggie, Rorik, Hovar, and Jewel went off in one direction. Everybody else went off in another. And Rorik and the puppet decided it was time to dispatch Hovar by basic, whichever. We don't know there's a difference. Decided the best way to do that was to magically convince Jewel that Hovar is a traitor. So put the whammy on her, and Hovar didn't break the spell. And Jewel hit him with some pretty powerful magic and took away his godhood and just made him mortal. And then proceeded to get a rock formation through the chest, ending him.
I think the end came actually when you copy of
Yeah.
Yeah.
At that point, Nikolai went in full meltdown mode. The sisters went off to murder something, and the rest of the party's like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, Mongo did his best to keep everybody from having a full-on fucking meltdown. So while Cayenne and Osling went into the training room to take their frustrations out on the training dummy that just murdered Mongo a little bit ago. So there's no bad feelings for that, which, by the way, thanks for leaving that on.
Technically,
You left it on.
that was
You left it on.
Ace
Scav.
and Nikolai.
No, that was Scab leaving the dummy
It
on.
was
was
turned on
Scav.
for Ace.
That was Scav.
There ain't no weaseling out of this, bud. That was Scav left
the
it
GM
on.
says one of the NPCs saw Scav in there an hour ago.
Yeah, so Mongo just told Alufa, who was hanging out outside of the training room, like, if they need help, for God's sakes, let us know. And then went to try to keep Nikolai from complete shutdown. Didn't work, but he tried. I'm not sure you noticed. But yeah, I believe that's roundabouts where we left Sauce.
Go for it, Cayenne.
Well, Cayenne didn't see Lumion for the day as he had business with Mongo. So Cayenne spent her time with Osling.
Mine, it'll be back in a sec.
Oh, keep going.
With hanging out with Osling, Cayenne was able to not only reveal to her that her secret place is her realm, essentially, where she took Scav. And
Still a little bit traumatized over that.
it just made both the player and Cayenne cackle to find out that the being he made a deal with was actually her. So he made a deal with Osling, a goddess.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, but how's your other god gonna feel about that?
He probably is like put on this little maid's outfit, then turn around for the god of death.
Well, I'm just thinking if he winds up following the path of Osling, how's your strength score? Because if you're going to be raising the dead, you got a deadlift, right?
Oh my god, that joke again. Fourth time in a day.
Slap
You're the
your-
one who sent me
Tom,
that one.
Tom,
Keep going, Mayor.
Tom, slap yourself with the back of your hand.
After all of this knowledge, Cayenne and Osling went to what used to be a farmer's shack that has been overgrown with plants, mostly covered by the snow, as it's basically the dead of winter at this point. And they went into a deep trance-like meditation, and then were teleported to Cayenne's realm, which is very reminiscent of some of the valleys at the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in the state where I'm from, which is Georgia. Essentially, you come in along just a forest path that's lined with weeping willow trees, which leads you out to an open prairie where you have all types of nature except no fleas, no mosquitoes, and no ticks exist. When you're out in this prairie, you can look out in the distance and you see essentially just grassy covered mountains. It's just a place to where it always stays like the perfect amount of like a more like a warm spring day, to where it's not like really cold or humid. There's basically like little to no humidity whatsoever. And it's just a place to where you can lay in the grass and relax. After that, we spent some time together there, which was really, really nice, and then we left. Ended up at the dinner table, which instead of just being food to eat, turned into a whole ass food fight with everyone involved at the table, including Feisty.
Oh, poor Feisty.
And Lumion joined in. I believe I was his chosen target too.
For his first attack in a food fight, it was his soon to be. Oh.
I still kind of feel bad for getting Feisty's fur just super sticky.
Oh.
I felt bad for that one. I was so mad when someone decided they wanted to throw, what was it, a popsicle basically down my tunic?
Yep.
Whatever I was wearing at the time.
That was feisty. Yeah.
That's painful and cold. After the food fight and we got cleaned up and were actually able to eat, decided to get my blanket identified.
Oh. What a way to end a very fun night.
Mm-hmm. And a very, very eventful set of events. Because even the food fight was eventful because it brought everyone closer.
Yeah, like the entire family there was there except for Milne because she was out on duty.
Mm-hmm. Everyone seemed to join in on the identify, even Osling did, and her circle, or her portion that she put in, was druidic, but with her own essentially goddess touch to it. It was something that Cayenne had never seen before.
And I did roll
He-
for Scab, and he got a whopping 2.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Essentially, once we were able to get the identify started, we were taken to deep in the Underdark, where the first memory that I have that I remember was the party split up, but those that stuck together were Clone Rurik, Puppet Maggie, and Jewel, and Holvar. Holvar was in the front. Rurik and Puppet Maggie were both convinced that Holvar is a traitor and needed to relay that to Jewel, but they did so dishonestly, which caused her in turn to release her own powerful magic in the way of turning Holvar mortal. I don't remember who exactly did it, but someone performed mold earth, which essentially impaled through Holvar's chest.
That was Rurik.
Then after the mold earth, Clone Rurik and Puppet Maggie both slit Holvar's throat and left him there to go back with an unconscious Jewel to the rest of the party to just come up with a lie that essentially there was an attack. Then the identify ended. The player was shaking, so she was very angry at this whole thing, which played well into the character being silent and just needed to leave to go murderize something. And then it was brought to her attention about the training dummy. So her and Osling headed off for the training dummy. Mongo spoke to Cayenne while she was there, and Cayenne let him know that Mongo should tell Nikolai that none of this is his fault. That wasn't his dad who did this. And she also reminded Mongo that says, I know this wasn't your dad. I know the Maggie that's with us is not that one we saw. So before Cayenne and Osling went in to go spar with the dummy, essentially, Mongo left off to go check on Nikolai. And that's where it left off for Cayenne and Osling.
Nikolai.
Okay, so the day started out kind of fine. Had his little meetings with him and Cog. Cog was expectedly upset. And Nikolai stood his ground on the status of the situation, and Cog indicated that this is going on his permanent record. What that exactly means, I don't know, but from what Nikolai was told, gnomes respect assertiveness. So hopefully it's a good thing. And then he had a meeting with Tim came up, where he shared the news that she has control over her ship again. And they continued on with a little bit of conversation. Nikolai finding out that Tim had loaded a double barrel magical shotgun of power word kill or disintegration, or one of the two. I don't remember which one it
I
was.
think
or
it's
both.
disintegration.
So Nikolai had a little bit of a conversation there with Tim about, can we please make sure that you guys can work together way before it gets to that. Come to me before you fire that off, please.
Disintegration is working together. One is just dusted and doesn't feel so well.
And then Nikolai, noticing the purpose and function of that double barrel shotgun of disintegration, reminded him of the Spellpult artifact that he acquired a long time ago. I don't remember where he got that from. That he was going to give to Mongo, because Mongo uses scrolls for spells and stuff like that, so it seemed to be more appropriate for Mongo. But informed her about the problems he knows that it has. He did an inspection on it and knows exactly what's wrong with it and how to fix it. So I guess she's going to get that repaired. After a little bit of chewing the fat with her, they parted ways. And from there, I kind of lose sight of what happened, other than going to have dinner with the family, having the food fight, where Nikolai's first target was Kippa, and she tried to back out of it. And Nikolai proudly announced that this is my first act of insurrection against my empress, and threw the muffin at her anyways. Where she was able to just catch it in her mouth.
But also kind of fucking impressive.
Yeah, impressive
Got
but
it.
disappointing. Same time.
Years of training.
Caught it with a yump.
And then the food fight commenced, in which Nikolai ended up in the punch bowl.
And wearing a potato.
And so he was going to get his revenge on the person that put him in the punch bowl. And he ended up flying towards Sunny, all soaked with punch. Tried to splat her as a water balloon. And apparently that was an illusion. And she was able to trap Nikolai in a fake potato. Tried again, had some great rolls. It was going to happen, but no. Somebody decided to throw a bucket at him again.
It was
Gravy.
filled with gravy.
You're forgetting the gravy part.
I don't care what was in it. It was a bucket.
The gravy bucket.
I was just trying to help your character ride the gravy train, okay?
Technically, Nikolai doesn't know that it happened the first time. So it's the first time he got hit by a bucket.
No,
But
it's
he
the
knows
second time he got hit by a bucket.
So is there some chef out there just sitting all aboard the gravy train?
I believe so.
After a little more shenanigans, the food fight stopped, finished up dinner, grand old time with that, and then decided to all work together to get the identify done on Holvar's saddle blanket, I guess is what it would be. Or
Blanket. It's just a blanket.
just blanket. At which point, Nikolai found out how viciously and terribly the copy of Rourke dispatched Holvar with the combined forces of Puppet Maggie and scared out of her mind Jewel. And Nikolai pretty much shut down. Had a little bit of a conversation with Mongo, revealing the fact that Nikolai feels that he has a dark side that he could dip too far into, and that bothers him. How to handle the situation.
You guys hear that? You hear that sound? It's a low rumbling of him stealing Scabbard's perch and brooding into the night.
Yeah, that's about where it ended. Or take away.
No,
Okay.
Gav's trying to go full Batman brooding. Nikolai is going Darth Vader brooding. Because let's be honest, if we're going to get any of these characters turning into half man or who's going to be more machine than man, it's going to be Nikolai.
He's more of a Luke
Yeah, I was
Skywalker.
gonna say more of Luke Skywalker.
He's just sitting there holding on to Kyan's leg going, no, no.
Clone Roar going to cut his hand off.
So,
You know,
What
I'm
game-
totally down with that.
What-
If Nikolai loses his left arm to Clone Rook, that'd be fucking fun.
what day in this out of three, first, second, or third?
Mine was 3 days, which was 2 days from when he had.
Okay, cool.
Mine, I believe, was after Mongo's.
So, jumping into tonight's session, we are going to all take turns picking on Nikolai.
Oh, great. Go figure.
Don't worry, just put a thimble over him and start heating it up. See how long he lasts.
Man, I miss this. It's great to be back.
Missed it that much?
Yeah.
The sheer snark of your GM?
I honestly miss it. It's good to be back.
So, we find actual music here because Nate keeps reorganizing this.
I did not change the organization of that since the last.
First it goes into a separate screen so that there's all these buttons
That's
first
all
down,
still there
and now it's all on one screen. Again.
because you wanted stuff removed.
But that's not changing it. That's just altering it. That's entirely fucking different.
It is different,
The alteration is a change. Just
Yeah.
on a smaller scale.
Yeah,
But
it
it's
is
still a
still
change.
technically a change.
actually.
By all
A
definition.
change that upsets me. Because I have
You
To
asked
be
me to
fair,
remove
to be
buttons.
fair though, you did ask him to do it.
it wasn't, oh, hey, by the way, before we go on the air, I changed the buttons around. It was like, sit down and go, what the fuck happened?
I told you long before. In fact, I reminded you, get familiar with your buttons. They're changed again because you wanted me to change stuff.
So, jumping into tonight's session, you are each new to the city of Casil and have, over the next couple of days, been able to spend individual time with Nikolai to basically drag him out of this dour shell that he's in, seeing some of the traditions of the actual town. As the winter begins to grow thicker, the air colder, the skies grayer, the days feeling a lot shorter. You see a unique tradition of that you would probably stop and ask a guard about, or whoever's partaking in it, where the elders of the town, but the elderly essentially are, greeting children and praising them. It's an odd tradition to you, seeing all these elders just kind of almost like a reverse trick or treat. Going and seeing children and greeting them and such. And you find out, each of you, that this is actually one of the winter traditions because the children are the future. They're the ones that will carry the elderly through the long winter, and the elderly are showing that they are thankful for that and celebrating that by giving them trinkets or treats. And in turn, the children will look after the elderly through the winter, and if some of the lizard folk have stated if they don't make it, well, we have winter food.
So the children are doing extra chores voluntarily.
And on top of that, you see other traditions as well where, much like we would have Christmas trees and certain traditions, they have something similar where trees are very much decorated with mementos and notes and wishes of the new year, what people would like to leave behind. Gifts are left there for deities. Blessings are left for people that they want to have blessings. So as you're going throughout the town, you see all these trees just decorated with all these mementos and trinkets and notes and little shrines around them. And you're starting to see the winter foods come out, the hardy things. The guards are more bundled up than they usually are. You can see your breath. You've been provided coats and
Yeah, I
various
gotta
things to
wear
keep
the-
you warm.
Wear the big jacket again.
Scabbard's walking around looking like Kenny in the winter episode of South Park. His arms just sticking out from the coat.
I just imagine a Christmas story.
Yeah.
The Christmas story, yes.
Aw, Scab looked like the Michelin Man.
Hey, downside of being a reptile.
It's not. It's nowhere near that severe. Being in the, as you stated the last session, you are people of privilege, so you are able to wear clothes that are enchanted with a minor warmth spell to keep you warm in the winter.
Nice.
Uh,
I don't have to
Scab
keep,
is-
I don't have to keep killing a ball of fire in my hands.
And Cayenne, you're able to, I will jump over to you. You get to spend a couple of some time with Nikolai to help both of you digest the situation that had happened after that night.
So I have to know, since we didn't play it out, how did the training dummy go?
The dummy is currently in spa day.
You girls fucked it up.
Nice.
Oh, sure, they fuck up the dummy. Not get fucked up by the dummy.
Destroyed them.
We, to be fair, we tag teamed it.
So did Sky of Mongo, and it damn near killed us.
Yeah, but you guys aren't gods.
That's true.
There's also like 2 levels on top of that now.
Yeah, it is true.
Me and the golem took it on, and I had to go to Spotland.
So, you can pick where you guys are having a meeting at. Go from there.
To be honest with you, if this were to be something that would happen, unless there's already been a lot of like coaxing out of the dark hole that he's in right now from others already, he would just be kind of being in his studies and mechanics to try to think about how to come up with a situation with working and stuff.
Oh, I can't wait. Okay, well, go
Yeah.
for it, Cayenne.
Yeah.
Drag him out.
Yeah, the Cayenne would have had to have dragged him out.
Go for it, Cayenne. Drag him out.
She would have went into his room and said, "All right, that's about enough of this."
And he kind of like looks up what, and then goes back to fixing or building or drawing or.
He's been
Imagine.
whittling this stick for almost the entire day. It's almost down to the size of like when you put a pencil in one of those old sharpeners.
Are we talking like a
Almost
pencil where it's
down to
just
the
like the eraser left?
It's still
Yeah.
good. It's still good.
Trying to do the absolute perfect carving in it and messing it up every single time.
He's got all these like little bandages on his fingers where he kept missing and slicing his fingers.
So
He's
the
whittling
brooding
on a
started
small
cutting
figure.
himself.
Like a stick, essentially, trying to carve it into something. But he's just aimlessly doing that.
He can't get his mind focused. He's thinking too
I
much of
would
what's
tell
going
him, hold on to your tools. And then back of his shirt.
on. Just pick him up. Well, if we're in the house, Nikolai would be normal size. So
Oh God!
more easily go around. Like full size, like about 3 feet tall.
She's just gonna pick you up by the waist then at that point.
Yeah, she can still pick you up. She's still
Yeah, true.
she's over 2 feet and 7 inches taller than you.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's your turn to get footballed.
Yeah, you finally find out
What are you
what like.
doing?
Ryan wouldn't even respond, and she'd just be taking him out the door.
Suddenly, the shock of the cold hits you as you go out the front door.
Oh God! Is it day or night?
It's day, it's afternoon, but it's completely overcast. A
Okay,
few
so it's not
specks
too
of
much,
snow
yeah.
are falling.
I'm sure we would have been in winter clothes,
Yeah.
especially if
Yeah.
we had been out and about to like go have dinner
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
yeah, it's probably like mid-afternoon, so you guys have probably stepped out of the house at some point.
Where are we going?
We're going on an adventure.
So one of us is gonna die by a stupid goose again?
Not that kind
I'm the
of adventure.
featherphobic. Get your own shtick.
I think Cayenne, before she heads into town with him, she's actually going to take him to a place to where he should calm down.
Oh, where are you taking him?
To my secret place.
Oh shit, that's gonna be interesting.
Oh, you're taking him to your actual land.
To your realm.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be. That's gonna be.
I think that would be the best thing to do to try to get him out of this funk.
Yeah.
It would hurt.
So as you're like suddenly hit by this cold, you're suddenly hit by like a calm, perfect weather warmth, and you can hear birds, and you start looking around, and you just see these rolling hills, and
Where are we?
and he's back down to normal like Nikolai's size at this point because you've left the house.
What?
You're safe here.
Yeah, but what about everybody else? I'm not worried about my safety.
Everyone else is safe too.
What? So, what's going on?
I brought you here to try to bring you out of the funk that you've been in. I know that what you saw in the Identify was very distressing, especially with things we've seen in the past. But as I told Mongo to let you know when I went off to go to the training dummy, you're not that clone. That clone is not your father. Your father wouldn't be capable of doing what the clone did. You have no reason to be upset. Yes, you can be upset with the events that happened in what appears to be the identical visage of your father. That's still not your father who did what they did to my dad.
There's things there that I don't think everybody's considered. Like, I am my father's son, and that copy of my father is representative of my father in some degree. So if my father can be so cold and callous to create this copy of himself as a tool that he lets get out of control, which I understand why this would be probably, something to do to help protect his friends and family. I don't see that I can see myself, even with the best intentions, possibly not being able to not do the same mistakes. I understand doing dark and terrible things for a positive results. The utility of things. I don't know how far I can go before I can come back, how far I should go or shouldn't go to protect my friends and my family. And I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where this is going to end for me.
I think it's clear to say that you're going to be nothing like that clone, and I'm pretty sure that after things you've witnessed what Oslin can do, you haven't seen the extent that I have, but I'm sure that you can come to the conclusion you would never delve into something as terrible as Lich territory because you know you are better than that. And
Kyan,
we all know that you're better than that.
do an insight for me.
My insight is a 9, and I'm gonna have to turn that volume down because I keep forgetting how loud that tinking is in my ear. It's legitimately the same sound when you drop a metal fork on ceramic or tile.
Mm.
Oh
no.
Some people's favorite sound. And do a wisdom for me.
Wisdom's better at a 16.
I don't seem
Hey,
just very
I know. Knowing what, having been more of the no pun intended, adult from looking at this situation and seeing all the pieces from an abstract point of view, you know this is kind of how this version of Rurik operated to break people, the group apart essentially.
I don't think anybody really knows the extents that I will go to help my friends and family. I will lose myself if I need to protect my friends and family. If that involves going as dark as a lich, then that's what needs to happen. And I don't know how to handle that. Like, I'm okay with it, like, because I know it's something that I have to do, but I don't know how I could prevent it from spiraling out of control. And like, I'll do this dark thing to save my friend or my friends and family, and the fallout of that is for tomorrow's me.
Why don't you try to reach out to your deity or even reach out to another deity to get counsel on this situation?
In truth of the situation, the whole deity thing is kind of like new to me. It's not even something I considered. Perhaps I can go talk to that priestess again. Just having trouble balancing knowing and being okay, doing whatever needs to be done to save, help, and protect my friends and family, and not knowing how bad that can spiral out. And I don't know how to balance that.
That's where you seek counsel and get advice from outside sources who may give you an answer that will help you still keep those goals, but without losing yourself.
Again, I'm okay if I need to be out of the picture to save you guys. It doesn't bother me at all. If I need to go, I need to die. If I need to be something else, save you guys. It's a foregone conclusion that it's going to happen. So I don't. Problem I have is getting from, okay, I'm now this terrible thing that my father's copy has become, saved everybody, or saved someone, but how do I move on from here and not be this terrible thing? Kind of like
There's
the good guy that
always-
becomes a lich, or the good guy that becomes a vampire. Got to kill people, but he doesn't want to, you know?
That's what I'm saying. There's limitless possibilities. I'm sure there's an option where you don't have to end up losing the good part of yourself just to conquer what you need to do to keep everyone safe.
Hope you're right.
Just take my advice and seek out counsel. You might get an answer that you're looking for, or at least a lead in the right direction.
Yeah, like I said, the whole, as you mentioned, talking to deities about your problems kind of is a little foreign and strange to me. I only recently realized that deities are not just powerful people.
You could try, when Scab's not busy, you could talk to him about the proper way to go about it. Or you could even speak to someone else who is an artificer about
Yeah.
the proper way of speaking with your chosen deity, or even get advice from the priestess, or even
Yeah.
Fought.
Yeah, I could try to. Actually, I can try to probably mend my relationship with Cog a little bit. She was really the first one that introduced me to Carl and Eureka. So maybe she'd appreciate me coming to her for help on that one too.
If you need any help, if you decide to seek out anything, just let me know.
Well, I don't see my role as, I've always been so small that I need help from everybody. And in the physical world. And I'm going to be damned now that I've conquered that to a certain degree, that I'm going to allow myself to need help from everybody in the mental.
As something I remember hearing in passing from druids speaking to young aspiring druids, even the smallest sapling can give the largest help to those who need it.
Yeah. Those were something.
And I know you're capable of great things. Not only for the gifts that you've given me as well as everyone else in the family, but even the work that you've done on Ace, even though it is still very odd to me, being very nature oriented. The work you've done with Ace and the inventions you have come up with are brilliant. And Ace is very helpful, more helpful than you realize.
Yes. Finally got him to be able to take more than one hit.
No more
Poor
George
guy.
of the Jungle.
Oh my god.
He's got to work on his
Ace of the Jungle.
maneuverability through the woods.
Well, I think he was under some type of speed spell at that time. He said something. I've never moved so fast. I don't know what Mongo did to him, but good lord.
To work on his maneuverability if he's ever dealing with that again.
Yeah. I'm sorry if
Consecutive side jumps.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if my dourness has caused anybody any discomfort. It's just me trying to work through the realizations of things. And as we discussed, trying to balance knowing that there is nothing that I won't do to protect my friends and family. even if it comes to being the most despicable thing necessary, I will do it. The problem is how to not go as far as the copy of my father, or what to do to prevent going that far. I'm totally with you. If there is another way, yes, I will do it. But if there isn't another way, then I'm okay. I'm okay with making that step.
That's
The
why.
problem I have is coming back from that step, taking that step back.
That's
Yeah,
where
we do.
you. That's where you get all the advice that you need.
Yeah.
Get guidance.
Yeah.
Because we plan on being around for a long time. So you've got a while to get things figured out.
Yeah. I know. So, what is this place? It's beautiful. How did we get here?
I just brought us here.
Really?
Yeah.
So, like, this is. So we, like, disappeared from Casil. And we're here now.
Yes.
Where is here?
Well, you know my family history.
Yeah.
I created this place.
Really?
Would this technically be considered a divine domain rather than a druidic one?
Druidic divine domain. Both.
Holy smokes. Cayenne. Is there, like, a rock hanging around? Even if I, like, dig into the ground, can I pick up a rock?
Yeah.
Usually in prairies, there's like rocks and pebbles strewn about. This is basically like a soft,
So-
like lowland prairie.
Yeah. Can I take something? Like a rock or so?
It would dissipate as soon as you leave.
I don't know this. I'm
Yeah.
just, like, thinking, like, this is, like, some powerful shit. Who knows what I can do with this rock? And I want to find out.
It's not just a pebble, it's a rock.
Imagine him just trying to grab the pebble and it throws a hand, just smacks his hand away. And scuttles away sideways like a crab.
Like this is like some type of divine realm. I don't know what I could do with rocks from here. It's especially if they have, like,
Dude, it's not
proper components.
kryptonite.
I mean,
Cayenne magic.
Victor would like to argue that.
Like,
Oh God, what kind of weed?
do
is
you
she
know what
growing
you've
there?
done here, sister?
I,
Bet
All
you
I
know
did
how
was-
well that holy dirt worked the other time? Holy crap! This is like the holiest of dirt.
I've only known of this place since yesterday.
Can I take some? See what happens.
I would permit him to do this just because
Yeah, well,
curiosity.
put a bunch of dirt and rocks, even grass and twigs. Okay.
What did y'all do?
I will let him.
Captain Jack
take-
Nikolai.
I-
After all the drama.
I'll let him take like grass blades, whatever small and how much he
Yeah,
can
yeah,
carry.
basically like a little patch of sod, essentially.
Like a little mini terrarium.
Yeah.
So you gather this up and put it into a jar.
I'm holding with me. Okay. Let's see what happens. How do we get back?
So Nikolai is literally gonna watch grass grow.
Oh, he's happy.
I guess we'll head back since it seems like taking him here calmed him down a bit.
Yeah.
You gave him something. You gave his brain something else to wonder about.
As soon as you guys appear back into the material plane and the cold hits you, almost like stepping out into the freezing air, you look down and it just fades away into nothing.
It didn't work. Hold on.
I'm very new to all of this, Nikolai. I don't know how you would be able to keep something from there here.
Okay. Well, thank you. So is this before or after Nikolai's time with Wilhelm?
Before.
Before? Okay. And that is coming up tomorrow,
Yeah.
I guess?
So you guys depart your departure your ways, and head off to do your own things. And the next person that comes up to you is Scabbard, and he looks like he's on a mission to resort your dourness as you're still looking at this empty jar with wonder.
Oh no,
And you
he's
see your
just
brother
gonna
staring
give you
at this
copyright
empty
infringement.
jar.
Brooding's his, not yours.
What you got there, brother?
Fucking empty jar.
You don't sound very excited about it, I suppose.
Well, I was excited. Our sister took me to some magical place. Like
That's-
it was like her place or something. Or around anybody around?
Can I
Yeah,
try
you
and
just see the plant with the monocle reading one of the local crier papers. Raises
Okay, so
it
we're
back
in
up.
our house.
Yeah,
Okay. She took us to like
Cayenne probably loves that
her
vintage.
place, her realm or something. I know she's part god, I guess, so she can do this.
religion?
Yeah, do a religion.
16.
It's possible, but she could have also just hotboxed him in that jar with some of her really strong.
Do I smell that in the air?
Would that grow wild in your lands?
Actually, yes.
Yes, you smell that.
Considering that it's like the perfect temperature and the soil, it would be very fertile there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, either she took you to a divine realm, or she got you very hot.
No, it's smoking. But so when she brought me there, she told me what it was. Like, holy crap! Like, remember that dirt that we got like enchanted? Like,
You know, if there was a
holy
cow in the prairie and it shit and you gathered it, it would literally be holy crap.
You remember that dirt that we got like blessed and stuff like that we used and it worked like stupendously well?
Against the vampiric kobolds, yes.
Yeah. So I figured like some dirt from like her realm would be like superpower dirt.
Don't know if it works that way, brother.
Obviously not, because it just disappeared when she brought us back.
Divine realms are exactly that. Another realm. There's special rules when it comes to moving things from realms.
But we went to like the astral plane and then came back and like the shit that we had while there we still have. Like,
There were very specific steps we took to do that.
The realms that you can travel between, those are different than going to, say, a deity's realm.
If I were to go to, for instance, the Platinum Imperium, Bahamut's realm, I wouldn't be able to take anything back from there unless he permitted it.
she said I could.
Don't
You're
know what to
thinking
do.
more and more, he probably got really high.
I think you might be. Well, I don't know.
God, I just hear that arrow, man, so I'm playing.
How are you feeling, by the way?
I'm back to being upset, but I've got things to go, more things to think about to try to figure out.
Walk with me. Let's talk about it.
Are you going to take me to the magical realm?
Maybe.
How?
Non-consensually.
At this point, Nikolai looks over at Scabbard. Are you a god?
Put the jar away. Kind of like a little like upset. It kind of like yeah. Yeah. Where are we going?
Is that Nikolai's new swear jar?
Take him to one of my favorite places in the city, actually. I'm gonna head up to the upper area that has just like a nice, good overlook of the view of the city.
Oh, your favorite brooding spot.
Don't give him tips on brooding, dude.
First, you need to get a self-flittering cape.
Cape of billowing.
Cape. Cape of billowing, yeah.
It
I
gives
can
a-
make
it
one
gives-
of those. Totally can.
It gives them +1 to brooding.
So, what's your brother?
Well, first off, I'm a little bit concerned about you, Nikolai. Doing a lot of what I was doing before, and it's not healthy. A lot of self-guilt and self-loathing. You do realize that it's not yours or your father's fault.
No. You've got the situation. I am a man of a mouse of I'm a mouse of pragmatism. I am well aware that I can and will, if I need to, do terrible things to protect my friends. My problem is I don't know how to balance.
Didn't mean to close that.
Don't know how to balance
Oh, the chat just got extra salty, didn't they?
that.
Nikolai will be the future Batman with invisibility device and a jetpack.
All right, so we have Batman Beyond.
Yes.
Such a great cartoon.
I don't know if should I need to go to a dark place to protect or save someone.
Nikolai,
How I can come back, if I can come back, how far deep I would go, and what those are. And I'm okay with it. If I need to lose myself, lose myself.
both hands on shoulders, just give him a little shake. Nikolai,
That's
not do that.
it's a fact that I've accepted and you're going to have to.
I've been down that path. Only leads to misery and ruination. It's not one that I would put upon anyone.
Believe it or not, Scabbard, if I have to, and not just because you're my emperor, really means nothing. If I have to lay down my life in whatever form, fashion, or if I have to accept my death or my loss of self to save your life, it's going to happen. It's in whatever fashion it needs to be. I've accepted this. The only problem I have is what that results.
Nikolai, every single day we face difficult trials. Some of us more difficult than others, but we don't have to face them alone. You have us. And there's also, of course, your other friends, more family. We even have the comforts of Carl and Eureka.
Which is something I didn't even think about. The whole concept of reaching out to deities for help
If you'd like,
is a little new.
if you would like, perhaps I can help with that.
How so?
Well, for one, it is kind of my area of expertise. And another is I can go ahead and help provide ways that can even assist in reaching out to them. And I'm sure there are other artificers out there, or even other tinkerers that would follow them as well.
Yeah, yeah. And I had already thought about going over to try to patch up my relationship with Cog, as she is the one that has introduced me really to Eureka. And I think she might appreciate me reaching out to her.
If you wish, later on, when you have the time to, pretty sure you have some things you want to do. We can go to the temple. I will help you out with reaching out to the to Carl and to Eureka. In the meantime, take this, and I will pull out a vial of holy water and hand it to you. It might come in handy for you.
He's just handing them out as Christmas gifts at this point because he made so many of them.
I have
What am I
like
supposed to do
7.
with it?
I have what is that? That's 73 of them that I have.
He was making them in preparation to fight Victor, but Mott kind of stepped in.
Yeah, and that's how we learned where Fott got his holy water from. So I'm a little concerned where he's getting his from.
Blessed with the prayers.
He didn't bless that water.
How does one use this?
It can be anointed onto things. What I recommend doing,
Someone walks between you, heading up some stairs, and you both realize you're sitting in front of the temple. You guys have walked all the way down to it.
what I recommend doing is
Checking to see
find
if it smells
something,
like kobold piss.
find something that correlates with Eureka or Carl Glittergold. Anoint that object with this. It is holy water. It may actually help as a catalyst to reaching to them.
Okay,
You
I'm
could.
not going to go fight someone.
No, it's not something to fight with. It may help as a way to reach out to them, a way to reach out to their domain, to reach them in contact. It's think of it as a spiritual connection of sorts.
But this is Muhammad's.
There are many ways you can bless it. It is blessed with divine and divinity. From what I understand,
I'm big-
Carl
right.
and Eureka are of the divine rather than the profane. Should still work.
All right.
The only thing you have to do is recite a prayer that is specific to them.
All right.
You might do that best by asking perhaps another follower of Carl and Eureka. I don't know very many prayers at all for them.
Yeah.
Mine are more of the draconic deities, specifically of Bahamut.
Well, since we somehow made it to the temple, I guess I can do that now. Thank you, brother.
And let's see.
Huh? Louder. I have a loud noise here and a loud noise there.
No, it's just, I came up with an idea that would actually make fucking sense on what to do with the holy water.
Oh, infuse it into the reach magic?
Yeah.
Oh.
By way of the grease.
Yeah.
He's got to put grease in there to actually keep everything, so
Yeah.
Make it radiant.
I'm sure you can find some sort of way to make that happen.
You can even make some
All the
sort of,
emulsification. Your mom was an omnomancer. You should fucking understand that concept.
yeah, you might even be able to make some sort of mister that sprays holy mist. I will go in with him. If he wants the help, I'll even help him out.
Yeah, if you're following me, if Vaughn is there, Vaughn to with the staff.
Who?
Ask Vaughn, the priest,
Vaughn?
the novice priest. Vaughn,
Oh,
novice priest of
sorry. Loud noise. I can barely hear anything.
the boundary in which we're sitting. Kip.
Yeah. She's not there currently, but Fought walks up to you and he looks at you both. He just grabs you both and hugs you.
Hey, Fot.
Oh, hello, Fat. Give him a back. All right.
Fought looks at you and is like,
No bombs out here? No? Okay.
but Fought is here.
Do you know Arl?
Why would Fought not know?
I don't know all about you know, buddy.
You see Fought just open up his tunic and you see dozens and dozens of different symbols and he's looking through them.
Brother, have you forgotten? Fat is
That guy
a.
from the Mummy.
Is
Yeah.
I know,
they
but
acknowledge.
I don't know that he would. No,
Fought is disappointed that you are disappointed in Fought.
I'm not disappointed, Fot. I didn't know. I didn't know. That's all. That's all.
But my little brother here,
Yeah,
big little brother,
brother is just fine, buddy.
requires a little bit of spiritual help.
So it is now you that is in trouble spiritually.
Not that type of.
Not anything like the way he was.
Fought looks at you. You are lost in the wilds of gods. I shall help you. And he just picks you up by your shirt.
Oh God.
Fought
Okay.
will carry you to the proper place of prayer.
Thank you.
And he drops you down in front of a podium. You kind of spin a little bit. And there's it's a basic podium. And there's candles there. No actual deific symbols there. It's for basically you can put your own out to pray.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just work with Fat and be a guide with him to help Nikolai out on this.
So the only thing I'm really concerned about is
Dying? Yes, we're
No.
all concerned about it.
I'm okay with dying if I need to. In interest of not saying a broken record, I'll repeat kind of things I was talking to the other two about.
Pot looks over at you, Scavard, and he's like, I can open up Nikolai's head and bless his brain so he no longer has those thoughts.
Not interested.
That is
Sounds-
terrifying and interesting.
It sounds like a step too far. Right now, the only reason why I was coming here is I wanted to give a little bit of a prayer directly personally to Carl and Eureka, because I'm going to go into the Lion's Den and talk to Paul, her guidance, if she'll see me.
Pot looks over at you. Is Nikolai okay? Because he wants to talk to a cog.
He's fine. He's talking about the gnome cog. Really good tinkerer.
Pot looks absolutely lost. His eyes are wandering off at this point.
Keeper of the Tinkerers Guild here in Castile, I believe.
Still confused.
It's all right. I was just going to offer a little prayer asking for guidance in my momentarily upcoming fray with Cock.
Pot pats you on the back. This is where you look inside of yourself and you roll religion.
Goofball.
That's pretty great.
What's fun? It's fucking I do really want to make sure that gets picked up because it's stepped on, so if anybody can see it.
Yep.
Yeah,
that is
we're,
what
we're
it
going
is
to break
very
soon,
hollow.
so.
it is literally right next to the brick for your surface.
Okay.
I can't tell what you
And
rolled,
then
though.
would he get that advantage from Thought and I? No? Okay.
Very difficult for Melina to give anybody advantage on religion. 16.
Nice.
Nice.
16.
Basically, Carl, I have apparently possibly slighted my friend Cog in a decision I had to make. I'm about to approach her to try to make amends to her by making myself vulnerable and asking her for her guidance on how to deal with these things. I think. Hopefully, you'll be there with me. Eureka. This may sound a little cliche, but you know, what I understand of your purpose, your goal is to fix things. I'm hoping that you'll be there with me to fix my relationship with her. Go into my bag and pull out a fine piece of machinery or something like that. Put it in the holy water and put it on the altar, I guess.
Yeah. And as you wait for a response back, we're going to go ahead and jump over to our breaking, including us. And then we'll pick this right back up, and yeah. Cayenne, as you left Nikolai, you go to find Lumion, and he looks at you very concerned. He's like, "Does Nikolai hate me?"
What?
Nikolai's presence towards me seems to suggest that he has a strong dislike for me.
He doesn't dislike you. He's just. He was very confused about hearing of the duel that he's gonna be having with you.
I heard a joke from my trainer. If you happen to slice an enemy in half, there are now two of them to deal with. So make sure there are many pieces so they cannot reassemble.
That is definitely a Sir Beer joke.
It really
So
is.
That's very true. And I see that Sir Beer's humor has not changed.
I think he's taking cutting words a little too seriously, too literal.
And as you get to spend some time with Lumion, we're going to go ahead and jump to our break, and we'll pick up once we get back.
protocol.
You know what the most disappointing thing is?
Hmm.
You finally get a sandwich that you really want, and the bread is soggy.
It would be disappointing for sure.
I would cry.
Yeah,
it
I've gotten
sucks.
pretty fucking
had that
choked
at
up
my-
about that shit.
Even worse, it's Chiba Hut, and it's soggy.
Oh, now that's just
No!
sad. I'll tell you
If
what.
that is a
No.
direct result of somebody fucking up, that somebody's getting fucking hurt.
Um,
Physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. There's going to be some sort of pain and suffering.
the only place I've ever known to have basically expect sandwiches to be like that is kind of something. Least favorite place.
Well,
We're,
they're not
we're
gonna
not
sponsor
gonna
us now.
we're not going to drag anybody through the mud here. But soggy sandwiches, no bueno.
Mm-mm.
I
Well,
only wish
wait,
that on people
wait.
who are rude.
If it's a sandwich that's supposed to be served drenched in stuff like gravy or something,
French dip, for instance.
a little bit of soggy is okay.
That's
Mhm.
the only exception though, because you are actively making it soggy.
Mm-hmm.
But you get a sandwich like I don't know, a cold cut, and you bite into it, and the bread's just mush.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fucking disgusting.
That's the worst.
Or you bite into a chicken parma that's moist like that.
Supposed to be.
There are ways
Yeah,
to still to have the
So,
sauce, but also keep the
jumping
bread
back into this,
intact.
as you're there with Lumion, speaking about his concerns with Nikolai, a gnome, a really old gnome, comes up to you and she's like, she looks up at you and she's like, got these big chunker glasses on, almost like Coke bottles, and she's all bundled up. Her cheeks are all rosy, and she's got a big like beanie on, and she has like essentially what looks like Mardi Gras beads. And she's like, can I give this to you, darling, as a blessing?
Of course.
And she holds it up towards your neck. Her little arms shaking, causing the little beads to jingle.
I'm going to kneel down to where I'm eye level with her.
And she like, she just like, smacks her lips a little bit. She puts it over your head. She's like, you're so strikingly beautiful. I'm so thankful for all the things that centaurs do for us in our cultures.
I appreciate you very much for such kind words. May I give you a hug as warm winter tidings?
She's like, I would be honored.
I give her a hug.
And she's just like this jovial old little grandma. And she heads off. Like, I won't keep you guys much longer. Thank you. She heads off.
It
Hey,
was
Lumion.
wonderful meeting you.
You as well. And she kind of moseys off at her own pace. And you have had to get accustomed to the strangeness of this, as you guys are very much being approached and all given gifts since the festivities have kicked off.
Hey, I'll hand out holy waters.
Huh?
I'll hand out holy waters.
But the Platinum Imperium be on you. Platinum Imperium be on you.
A little bit
So-
of divine protection for the holidays.
One of the things that you've had to deal with along with Osling is that the goblins have started learning songs of merriment, but they are royally messing up the lyrics, so it's coming out more strange than anything when they offer tidings of merriment, especially like seeing it usually ends in them bickering among each other about getting the lyrics wrong.
Yeah, I can see it happening.
It's there. The merriment is there, but it's goblin.
I just picture the Christmas carols from Gremlins.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what's funny is I can mentally visualize that where they're going la 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 la. Sorry. I've seen that movie too many times.
Great movie.
I have to.
And Lumion turns back to you and he just kind of smiles some. He's like, I just had my concerns regarding Nikolai and his actions towards me, but I can understand that he's under a lot of stress and pretenses about me and what I was formerly.
I think it's more than that. Before we really came here and you and I got as close as we did, and now to be married, we've seen some things that had to do with our family that weren't great at all. And most of it has put Nikolai under a lot of stress, and he's, with that most recent revelation of what happened to my father, that added even more stress, and he's trying to figure out some things for his future path ahead of
him. He nods. He looks at it and he's like, Nikolai will figure out a path forward. He just has to look at it in the way that he would look at it, a schematic with the problem on it. Is that what artificers call their plans? Schematics?
I've heard him say that word, so I assume that would be the right one. Because I know he's had ink spilled on his work, and I did hear him mention the word schematic, so I assume that meant the plans he had written on paper.
In my line of work, I've dealt with many artificers, and I always dismiss the term as some sort of automated skinning device for hunters.
Don't try to make one.
Oh, that.
Lumion showing how innocent he really is.
And it's adorable, because it's the last thing you'd expect from a beholder.
Like, he's
Or
so
once
goofy.
beholder.
Yeah, formally. He's given up that form forever. He can't go back to it. Yeah, I've really have just branched out the lore of my world a bit on things. So, swinging back up, so as you go to get some snackies with Lumion, some of the winter food that has started growing up, down towards the farmlands, you can see where they're starting to actually prep the area for the barbecue festival that is within the next 3 weeks.
Oh yeah, that's the thing I forgot to do in the
Oh boy.
that Feisty accepted the hands. Forgot about that part.
And Mongo, you've actually heard within the city one of the most interesting customs that they have among the city. And you having spent time in the library, you really haven't heard of this custom anywhere else, and you haven't told the rest of the family regarding this custom. But and it will actually happen, and you've talked to Feisty about this, and it's going to happen alongside the barbecue festival during an intermission, essentially. The king will be taking the stage, and per the custom, whoever can get the king to laugh the most, however many times he laughs, that's how many gold pieces each citizen will receive. And it's not uncommon for nobles, essentially, to basically empty the pot. It's a way for the king to give back and enjoy the humor of his people.
Challenge accepted.
I don't know how much this would surprise Mongo to hear.
King's a good guy. Why wouldn't he?
So that's one of the customs that will be happening during the actual barbecue festival, among the other festivities. And you're realizing that between you and your father, you have several days to plan for to be the ringleaders of this barbecue festival.
Big Barky Kingdom.
That essentially, the way it is laid out is all the common entries, all the entries of the barbecue festival are accepted. And they will go through a preliminary round of eliminating them down to 100. And those 100 will cook with their best ingredients from all the markets. And from there, it will be dropped down to 50 for the next day. And they will have to use a limited set of ingredients provided for the barbecue. The last remaining 10 will be randomly handed an ingredient that they have to present barbecue with.
Total Iron Chef.
It
A
is
little bit
a
of food wars there too.
it is a pure gauntlet of who actually has the best
A
barbecue.
little bit of Cutthroat Kitchen.
Yeah.
Who is the best of Casil?
So they're limiting it to Casil.
It's not in
Who is the
order.
best of the kingdom?
Essencrest.
Oh, Essen.
She's the lady of Essencrest, but since Essencrest is currently in a state of warfare, this is currently her home base.
Who is the best of this kingdom as a chef?
Oh, there's already been people coming from all over the place too. The word has spread far and wide.
So who is the best in the realms?
Who's the best ever?
A lot of people are just, there's a lot of questions about who's the judge. Has anybody seen the judge? Is the king the judge? What about one of his children? There's a lot of questions going on regarding that situation. So back to you,
Yeah, that
Nikolai.
happened.
Okay.
You pray to the gods
Mhm.
that you're seeking out,
Mhm.
and you get bumped by. She walks up to you, and it's the deity Eureka.
Really?
You're in this weird, strange place, and you see his eyes are like glazed over, and he's like looking up in the air, drooling as he's sitting there next to Fot.
I think he's in a good spot. When he does that, go ahead
And
and leave him be.
Eureka's like, she's like, I can assist. I won't directly assist with fixing your situation, but you'll figure out how to resolve the issue with Kong.
Well, the fact that you come speak to me directly gives me some hope that we will.
Thank you. And she just pats you on the shoulder, and she's like, and she opens it. She like reaches over, and you see a door materialize, and she opens it. She gently pushes you through the door.
Oh shit! I'm being abducted by a god. All right.
Huh?
I'm being abducted by a god. All right.
And you stumble through, and the door closes behind you, and you suddenly just feel like you smell wonderful food. The air is nice and warm. You look around, and you're in this beautiful cottage, almost like a log cabin in the middle of the woods. You can see snow falling outside, and
Is this a giant full-size building?
yeah, it's a full-size cabin, and you see a map below you that's written in common, and it says "Wipe your feet." It's only kind to do that.
Definitely not.
And as you do that, you grow to like child size, what you would actually be. But then as you wander further into this actual log cabin, you're caught off guard because there's this large jovial type of bear that's cooking all these cookies and everything. And you hear the bear speak, and she's like, take a seat, I'll be over there in a minute, child.
Okay.
And she comes over, she sits down across from you, she smiles at you, and she's like this big, like, almost like a green colored type of bear. Her face is like this light brown, and she's just a bit plump for a bear because it's winter time. And she's like, oh, don't fear me.
Well, since the lady Eureka sent me, I don't think I have to
Oh,
do it.
no, child. I'm here to just tell you, and here, have a cookie. and you bite into it, and you just instantly get oats and raisins and this really nice buttery, flaky cookie in your mouth.
I do it. I need. Not that I want them.
What?
Oatmeal raisin cookies.
Oh yeah, no, those type that were made. Oh, those are fucking amazing.
And she's like, look, I know you're a little bit wayward and lost in my forest of confusion, but I figured I could take a few moments and speak to you. How are you doing, dear?
Confused?
Well,
Who am
certainly.
I in the
Uh,
presence of you?
She hands you the milk, a glass of fresh milk.
And put my cookie in there. Let it soak for a little bit, just staring at this bear person, wide-eyed.
She's like, look, I'm a nature deity. Okay, I already know who you are. You're Nikolai. Last name what? That often confuses people, I'm sure.
Yes, it does.
I had to double check my list twice to make sure it was correct.
It's me. Well, at least I think it's me. I don't know what my parents actually.
Oh, well, she points to another piece of paper and says no spoilers.
Okay.
I like this deity.
She looks at you and she's like, my name is Yadidi. I am... the pause. I just heard the record.
Didi? Y-I-D-I-D-I?
Ydinni.
It sounded like you said, "Oh, I'm your deity."
And she looks at you and she's like, I'm a nature deity. Obviously, you can see that I'm very motherly.
This is wonderful.
And the cookie's actually calming you down and relaxing you. She's like, oh, it's such a good cookie.
Good cookie will do that. That's
She sets
fucking
the
legit.
plate in front of you. She's like, help yourself to all the cookies you want. By the time you leave here, you'll feel fine.
Crap, no. Two-fisting it now.
And the milk is like completely fresh. Like she might have a cow in the next room.
Fuck, I want milk and cookies.
And she looks at you and she's like, I oversee a lot of critters, so to speak, and kind of like look after to make sure that, granted, my job's not easy. I'm a neutral deity. I can't, just be like, oh, look, I want that animal to live. I can't do that. I have to work within the contractual agreements of other deities. But
Oh, I didn't know that. Like, apparently my friend Feisty wasn't.
don't say that lady's name in my home. She will not wipe her feet and be a good girl.
No, that's it, but my friend Feisty was like being claimed by someone else, and he said no.
Pisces a wonderful, wonderful friend.
Yeah, she is. More of a sister.
But I figure that I would drop in and give you my hellos and see how you're doing. Obviously, you're not doing very well and you needed a cookie. So here you are eating a cookie.
Yeah.
Ooh. Something you absolutely. She takes two of the cookies and she gets up and she almost knocks over the stool the she's sitting on. And she's kind of almost doing a bear dance over there, and she opens up a jar and she comes back and sits down the cookie in front of you on a little miscolored plate. Try that one. It's two cookies and there's someone they sandwich between them.
Eat it.
You
Do I
bite.
ask, do I dip it or do I eat it?
Oh, whichever you prefer.
It's great.
You bite into it, you can just taste the fresh raspberry jam between the two cookies.
Fucking macaroons and shit. So fucking good.
How did I get on your radar?
Well, you were in distress and you're just not happy and you're to a degree a critter, so I just wanted to let you know that other gods are watching and,
Really? More are watching me?
well, all of us are usually watching at some point or another.
What the? Why?
Oh, good. Gods are perverts. Watching everybody.
Oh, don't worry.
I only know now 3, 4. Yeah, 4, 5, 6.
Look, the only deity you have to watch out for is the few gods of debauchery. They're a special bunch.
What's so interesting about me? I just build things. I get good at cooking. Oh. Hey. Well, would you mind looking at one of my recipes? What do
Oh.
you think?
Sure.
I give her, I show her my recipe I've been working on taking Millam's psychotic spicy coffee and turning it into like a Mexican mochaccino.
So she reaches in her little apron and pulls up these Calipari glasses.
Oh my God.
And she's looking at it. She's like, she makes it bigger. Ah,
Like,
there we
like
go.
a Mexican hot chocolate coffee.
Oh, I would know how to make this into a wonderful cookie.
Cookie? So much more portable than liquid. I can put that in my pocket.
You can put liquid in your pockets too. Might
And,
not stay there.
She rewrites the recipe on a different piece of parchment and hands it over to you for the cookie version of it. She leaves a few things missing and she's like, you'll figure it out. You're smart enough.
Thank you. Yeah, can I pick you up?
Of course.
Not so frequently am I able to actually help people. Usually so.
But small people sometimes give the best hugs because they're small. You see, if you're big all the time, you hug all the normal places that people get hugged. But if you're tiny, you get to hug those uncommon places people don't get hugged very often.
I suppose so. I have to ask my sister, but the only time I can really hug her is like on her ankle.
Mouse. Little mouse boy.
And she gives you a nice hug, and she's like a big, like, cuddly bear. She's like,
Thank you. This
yes.
very much. They're wonderful cookies. I wish I could share them with you.
And she hands you a small little wicker basket.
But it'll just go away.
If you believe hard enough, it won't.
Thank you.
And you see Nikolai snap out of it, and you see him just like in a blink or a miss it moment, he's holding a wicker basket. You can smell cookies, like fresh baked cookies coming from it.
Oh, Nikolai.
Yeah, you have the basket of cookies in front of you.
Does it look like his attitude has changed?
Oh yeah.
Well, you certainly seem very happy.
Stuff a cookie in your mouth.
It is, the cookie is divine. Boss just shaking you gently. You okay?
Stuff a cookie in his
He looks at you and he's like, so,
Do I sense any divine radiance off of him?
oh, it's oozing with divine radiance.
I take it things went well for you.
I met a bear god.
Interesting.
Her name is Heaney.
Well, the gods work in mysterious ways.
Apparently, they're all watching us.
Of course.
Or me. Why? Why are they all interested in us?
It's just the way the universe is, brother. They have divine domain over many things within this world. The very strange and mysterious ways that they work. Each one is different. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, and some of them sit in between. And they all watch over us in various ways.
And Fought looks over. And some of them will pee in your mouth if you've had too many drinks at the tavern and fall asleep with your mouth open.
The debaucherous gods.
But
Oh,
I'm
look.
not so sure that was a deity.
Taste it like one.
They just are the way they are, Nikolai. Here's the thing, when it comes down to faith in the gods, it doesn't matter what you choose to believe in, what I say or what anyone does. They simply are the way they are because that is what it's deemed to be. Whether you choose to follow them or not doesn't matter. They will always be there. Now, whether or not you do choose to believe them can affect how they can get things to work around you, I suppose. But ultimately, it's just a simple fact of the world is that they're there. They're always watching.
Doesn't seem right though to believe in a god.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on air.
Oh no.
If you have to think about it, first you say no, and you get the hell out of there.
So, I'm gonna move things along a little bit, so you're able to spend more time with your brother, getting your thoughts together, and formulate a plan on how to go talk to Cog.
Yeah.
And you realize you're gonna probably give it a few days to sit on how to actually approach her instead of rush into it.
People.
I try and further explain how the weird ways that deities work to Nikolai so he could better understand.
Mongo, you're able to spend some time with Nikolai. When he walks up to you, he shoves a cookie in your mouth.
Yep.
But it's like the most delicious cookie ever.
Okay, so yeah, amazing cookie, but you could say, "Hey, here's a cookie," not just cram.
Are you upset?
Well, have you tasted these? God, no.
Shut up.
That reminds me of the horror story that someone actually made a cookie out of Spam.
Fuck
Wow.
no.
Don't do that.
Yeah, it was as bad as you think.
That was a groan of pain. I can only imagine how terrible that'd be.
Look, don't get me wrong. Spam you can use in certain ways.
Lots of fun. But not
Yeah.
as a cookie.
No.
Look, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, not everybody fucking understands that concept.
So-
sometimes you get a pleasant surprise, other times no.
What would you do to lighten up your brother a little bit? Well, he seems in a really good mood right now.
Oh, thank God you're out of your funk.
God. I've moved a step forward.
About time. We already got one fucking broody little bastard. We don't need another.
I was thinking.
Obviously, that's. I don't know of a time you've never not been thinking. If you could find a way to work on your blueprints and think shit over in your dreams, I'm sure you fucking would.
Work on plans while sleeping. How
You know
did I
what?
do that?
That's on me. That's my fault. I should have fucking known.
Work on plans while sleeping. Good question. So, I'll tell you the story of how I got this.
Okay. How'd you get the cookies?
Do we have to repeat it all over again?
Oh, okay. Right. So there's a deity who's
you
a bear
weren't
now.
here. Were you not?
Well, the
paying
first, you already know of a bear god, kind of, but owlbear.
Yeah.
attention?
Not the
You're
most
first
shocking
person
thing I've
ever
heard.
met.
Not even fucking close.
It's the sweetest person ever.
Yeah, sweetest bear.
Kyan might know it. Probably should.
Talk to her about it. She said she like watched over critters. Close enough to So yeah, you might want to talk to her too if you wanted to. Apparently, they're all watching me or us.
Like all the time.
Yeah,
Okay, so they're basically perverts and gambling addicts.
I don't know about that.
I mean, what else would you watch people for constantly?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm so interesting for. I don't.
They're not trying to steal your plans, are they?
I don't know. I don't know.
Bongo gets it.
So I take it you're going to take me someplace again. The other.
Wasn't planning on it, but sure, why not?
Okay, where we go?
Before we walk into the training room, I'm gonna make sure that fucking thing ain't on.
Yeah, you're doing an investigation.
Fuck. Uh-oh. Investigation. 10.
You go up to the door to the training room and you open it, you look in, and then you start to step in, and the dummy falls in front of you. It startles you instantly. You realize it has, as you're trying to catch your breath, you realize it has a out of order sign on its neck. And Mongo's just
Whoa.
Oh,
What's wrong?
last time I came in here to try something, the fucking thing attacked me because Scav left it on.
Well, that wasn't smart.
No. No,
Somebody
thankfully.
could have died.
Yeah, no, thanks for thought. For putting an end to making sure I didn't die.
Really? So you're down a life there, Mongo?
No, I didn't die.
Cayenne, you bumble into your brother as you part ways with Lumion because he has to take care of some business. And you bump into Scabbard because he's not paying attention to where he's going. Which is often the case.
Just busy handing out
Also-
those.
I forgot to ask you, what did the beads look like that the gnome gave me?
Oh, they look like little amethyst stones, basically.
Aw,
Precious stones.
Yeah, just like little fragments of it that are found in a little stream. Not essentially, not cages.
Oh, that's awesome.
Grandma probably took a while to make all the different bead necklaces, but she
Yeah.
did it with happiness.
Sorry, Cayenne.
it's okay.
You two can keep going as they're going to.
How you doing,
I-
sister?
So, what's
Feels
going
a
on
little
there?
better helping Nikolai out a little bit.
Pull out the training
Agreed.
cards.
Took him to the temple after
Pull out the
spending
trading
some time
cards.
explaining things and
The
helping him find guidance
yeah,
with
yeah.
him. And
mm-hmm.
things seem to be going much better for him now.
Well, that's good.
And
I
yeah,
had
he's already
mentioned
told
to
you
him
about it,
when
right?
I was with him earlier that he should
Probably would have.
seek
I don't know.
guidance from
I don't think so.
a deity of his.
What's that?
He did try to reach
Well,
out to one.
while we
but
were over in the
apparently
astral
met with
plane,
a
I got a new set of
different one.
cards.
One that's was beneficial, though.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Did
they're
him well. A
more or
nature
less
deity, I believe he said something
basic
about
training,
a bear
alchemy,
by the name of Yadini.
and depending on how you arrange them,
You can do it
can
either if you want.
So does it work
I do
better
know
than
nature
I
is
think I
within
will,
your.
'cause I'm
my first alchemy
curious.
kit that we got?
My nature's 11
kind of works
right
alongside
now.
of it.
Oof.
This
I know
has a bunch
nature's
of
within your realm
recipes
of
that you could
expertise.
make.
I've never heard of this one before.
You've
That's what
heard
you're
of this
supposed to do.
deity in passing, that she's essentially
That's way
a
better. Because
lower
sometimes when
deity
you're
on the
learning
totem
something,
pole,
you have to see the end product.
under maybe more or less a
And
mid-range
it will
deity
tell you
under
how to put it together.
Bramble. She's kind of
Yeah.
the deity of motherly love.
Remember that
essentially,
one potion we were trying to figure
helps
out?
sort out where certain
Start laying
critters
out
are going
cards.
and if they're going to live or die based off of what comes from.
Look
ground.
familiar.
I don't know, does it?
Okay.
So she's essentially like Papa, but
How
for
close did we actually get?
animals and critters.
I have no fucking
Okay.
clue how close. I don't even know if we got step one
So she
done.
has a much better temperament and personality than that bitch Bramble.
Yeah.
We need to DM
Still
into
surprised
relationship.
her thorns didn't leave scars on me.
Do an inspection, perception.
Of myself?
Yeah. What's the DM in intervention?
Oh, showing the trading cards and the arrangement for the health potion.
How far did we get? When him and I were trying to figure it out.
He didn't get very far, but he solved it.
No, the card solved it.
Yeah, but we're just trying to like how far along did the proper solution did him and I actually get before he got the cards?
The first, like nowhere near.
Nowhere.
You were actually creating a potion that would kill somebody.
You were making a poison.
An anti-health potion.
Yeah. So what'd you get there, Kyan?
Well, you know what?
My dice are not with me tonight.
You drink this one or
apparently.
the one that we were making.
because
Either
that
way,
was a
you're not going to
nine.
have to worry about dying anymore.
You don't notice shit.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, like in the wrong order.
More or less, probably just looking at the scars I already have. I was like, is that one new? No, I've had that one.
I haven't tried it yet.
Got everything we need to do.
You, Mongo, and Nikolai are very lucky, Cayenne.
What do you mean?
You can stay warm. I'm always cold.
You do have a jacket of heating on.
Yeah.
You think it's easy for me to deal with the heat of the summer, especially when I have to shed this?
I didn't think about that. But yeah. I suppose
You
there are
have
ups and downs.
Do you have any idea how long it takes to groom the loose fur out? Especially my hind legs I can't reach.
No.
Would be
Birds
difficult.
constantly landing on you and stealing little tufts. Oh no, Cayenne has more followers. She's inadvertently has birds on her side now too. From
Okay,
Making
so
that set
that's
up or
bees, birds,
There we
and
go.
goblins.
And
gonna
and
Oh,
I'm
and
gonna
termites.
Take a guess here, and this is just a guess. Probably some very ballsy squirrels.
oh my god, and squirrel's just like grabbing the fur, screeching at you, and you're just kicking it off.
ups and downs of centaurs. I have an idea of something that I want to do for Coin and Mongo for their little wedding gift. And
You sense a disturbance in the forest, Mongo.
Like, wait a minute, they're getting married?
and I think you might like the sound of this, and was wondering if you might like the help with it. I don't really know 100% what would be the best type to work with, but I want to make a bunch of little figurines of the family. Little wooden, like, totems of sorts. But I want to turn them into shot glasses for Mongo and Coin. And have them actually put a little blessing on them as a protection thing. Something that can keep in a home, but also be useful to them.
So player wants to know, are you going to do the shot glasses to where it's like the glass part at the top and you kind of have like the wooden piece that's kind of cuffed around it on the bottom?
It's gonna be wood
It's a
carved.
Cuphead action figure that you can actually use to hold liquid.
Yep. But of like each individual of the family, including Milam, Sunny, and now Lumion.
Little weird caricatures of everybody?
They're gonna be pretty rudimentary, like wood carved ones.
Oh no, this is gonna be weird.
This is gonna be weird.
Hey, he made a really like good looking wood carved shield that came out really nice.
Shield and cups are two different things, buddy. Hate to break it to you.
Don't worry, he's just gonna whittle his tool.
And expect us to drink from it. Well, I'm
Well,
uncomfortable.
From what I know, if you want it to be a sturdy wood, the best wood to go with would be either oak or pine wood.
Hmm.
If you were to use something like birch, that would be a little bit too fragile, especially if you were to thin it out to make it into a glass to drink from.
Okay.
If
What do
you
you-
want to get like special like wood that's maybe not of this plane or from a different reach of the world, you could always try going to the hole in the wall.
That is true.
I did get a really nice piece of wood from there before.
Are you guys just working on the potion?
Yeah.
Assuming we have the necessary ingredients, yes.
You don't. You haven't purchased the ingredients yet, but you do have the recipe.
I'll have to get the ingredients.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
So, what do you think about what's going on with everything that's been happening, Cayenne? We have a lot on our plates to deal with, but a little bit of time to work with things.
One thing that you should know, I don't know if Kippa has already told you this, but you're due to duel alongside Nikolai and Mongo against Lumion.
I think you actually did mention that to me before.
It's not to the death.
I would hope not.
He has prefaced this. But he has been training with Sir Mir.
No.
And
Well,
at that moment, Scabbard shrunk 3 sizes.
that's a little bit
Well, it is cold outside.
it's a little bit scary, but understandable. I couldn't think of a better teacher to work with. Samir is an excellent swordsman.
And apparently was told Lumion a joke.
Huh.
Yeah. And it is definitely Sir Mir humor.
Lovely.
If you cut an enemy in half, then you have 2 of them to deal with.
I mean, it's
So-
not.
When you fight them, make sure they're in pieces.
It's definitely Sir Mere humor.
Yes.
Well, that's not scary, but it's not scary at all. Just a little bit.
I just see Sir Mir trying to
Oh.
quip like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It honestly,
Before it skips
Just
my
dice
mind,
somebody up and
on
go rest
the
in
same
pieces.
vein as Lumion, did you accept his letter yet?
I was not made aware of this actually.
The letter for a one-on-one day, so yours was the first day up.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, his was the first day with Lumion.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And we already did that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So I did accept and already spent that day with them. Very interesting individual. I think that you definitely made a right choice with him. And on top of that, definitely seems to be. Well, he has you in his best interest. I don't sense anything at all, really, aside from just good graces and more so genuine sincerity.
That's another reason why he wants to duel you, Mongo, and Nikolai. Because, as you know, with traditions, it's the father's job to give the bride away.
Right, and
I
well,
don't have someone to do that, so in Holvar's stead, it has to be you three.
right.
Because you are the men who helped take care of me. And he holds all three of you in high regard. Basically, he just wants to win your honor.
In all honesty, Cayenne, I think you do a better job at taking care of us, to be frankly honest. As much trouble as the three of us get into. But
I just have sheer dumb luck and stupid centaur strength.
Dumb strength.
Oh god, are we finding out what her divine realms are? Dumb luck and strength.
I'll be the first to admit, I
If you're
am
gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough. Everybody fucking knows this is the first rule.
I
You
am
gotta be dumb, you gotta be
nowhere near as smart or wise as Nikolai or Mongo are. But because of that, it works out well because they know how to make the choices that I can't.
I swear to
I
God,
wanna
that your last
say-
name's McLean.
I want to say it's a combined effort of all of us. Like, we wouldn't be able to do half the shit that we have done in our travels if it weren't for the work of all of us. Granted, the goose did go haywire,
Yeah, that's still.
but we
still
were
haunts
able
me.
to rectify that. We were able to gain victory from that.
You're right. We had to work together, and without each other, I don't think we honestly could have done it. And it's
I'm
not
just
just.
lucky with the animal stuff, I guess.
It's more than just animal things, Kyan. You are extremely talented and gifted with nature. Nikolai is one of the smartest people I know. Mongo, he can light up a room in a heartbeat. Pretty wise.
More reason.
If you can't crack a joke to make everyone smile, you'll just melt everybody with fire. That's one way to warm their hearts.
At best, I'm.
Mongo is like the biggest charismatic wordsmith, or I should say magical wordsmith of this group.
That's Maggie.
At best, I'm honestly only. I guess kind of okay with just taking a beating and giving beatings.
I
The
won't
beatings will
disagree
continue
with you
until
on
morale
that.
increases.
I hate to say it and don't want to sound rude, but you do get beaten a lot.
Yeah. Downsides of being the small guy. But
Maybe we could actually find you a vest that's like what Noodle has. That
not-
could be no, legit. That could be beneficial in battle.
it's not necessary though. I do it because I have to. It's kind of my duty. As a Blade of Bahamut, it's my job to make sure all of you are safe and make sure to protect those I care about and make sure people don't get hurt. Sometimes I have to get hurt to do that myself. But I do it because I have to. And if I don't, then I failed all of you. And I can't let that
Aw.
happen.
Wow, anti-salt in the chat right now. The only thing bigger than Scav's hit point bar is his heart.
Oh,
Aww.
What?
So what chat was saying is Scav a bleeding heart paladin?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh my god, his tramp stamp's gonna be the heart wrapped in barbed wire.
No. I'm pretty sure there's a meaning to that tattoo as well.
I'm pretty sure there is.
But so long as we have things to take care of, and until this little problem of ours that we have to deal with is dealt with, keep standing there for all of you. No matter how many times I get knocked down, keep getting back up, I guess.
And I'll be there to subdue creatures and let them feel the wrath if they decide to fuck around and find out.
I still say that's what she's the god of, fucking around and finding out.
I mean,
if
Oh my
the
god.
horseshoe fits.
It fits so well because of goblins worshiping her.
and Cayenne kind of does take the, like, hard love kind of southern mother who has a skillet ready for your head.
I picked up my cast
Because
iron
she
one
just-
day,
Because she
and
just
Manny
cooked you,
disappeared from the
best
kitchen.
your favorite cornbread. That's why she has one ready for you.
Like, I've never seen him disappear so fast from the kitchen in my life.
It's scary. No, there's definitely a lot of work that we need to do, but it's like you said, we work together. Pretty sure we can get anything done. I think we have one of the best teams that there is. Sunny, Willem, Kippa, Osling, Potts, Poltz, all of them. And if it weren't for everybody working together, we wouldn't be able to get the things that we do done. Hell, look at what happened when we were in the Astral Sea. That required everybody's work.
I was definitely out of my element. For sure. I didn't expect termites to listen to me though. Like being real.
I mean, you did speak with bees.
That was when I was younger, okay? I just tried.
So, as you two carry on, you were able to put in the order for what you need for the potion elements. They're basically on. They're not in stock. They have to be ordered in. It'll take a couple of days. And Nikolai,
Yes.
after you feed Cayenne a mini cookies,
Yeah, it's like,
the morning comes and the knock on the door of the house itself, and
okay.
Yeah.
I know.
and Leon is standing there.
Hi.
He gives you a gentle bow. Greetings.
I'm on
He steps into the warm home and brushes some snow off gently, and so the day is ours.
First, we're starting with cookies.
He follows after
It's a
you.
fucking good way to start the day.
Hey, I mean, milk and cookies, you can't go wrong with that.
You want it warm or cold?
He looks at you. He raises an eyebrow. What is the proper preference?
Either way. I can have either.
I can't say that I've experienced either.
One of each.
Huh?
Pull a small
One of
glass, a small glass that has a wide enough hole opening to dip the cookie in, of milk. 2 of them. Prestidigitation, warm up one.
He watches
Then
this.
slide it over to him on the counter.
He has his
Kitchen
hands behind his back, and he's standing there like the perfect gentleman. He is just watching observantly.
counter. And how many cookies do I have left in this?
Have you got any dice?
You could just give me a number like 100.
cookie bud. Yeah, 5 cookies left.
5 cookies, bud?
I should give you about a dozen if that's the case.
Or 89.
I'll give you about a dozen.
Okay.
You've been passing them out to all the family members.
Oh, so I have already gotten to other family.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The only one you haven't gotten to is Melon.
Melon, because she's not here. Okay, and I have 5 left. Awesome. So all my family members have had it. Cool. Even Samir?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alright, cool. So I slide the warm glass of milk to him, cold glass of milk, a plate with 2 cookies.
He looks to you and he looks to the 2 glasses and he looks back at you.
Now you can dip the cookies in milk, which is fantastic. Or you can just dip the cookies in milk. Since you haven't done this before, try all options.
If that's not the most Nikolai fucking thing he's ever said, I don't know what the fuck is.
So Lumion dresses best in his jacket and he sits down at the table.
Take out my glass. I think I'm gonna do that.
So he periodically goes through each option. More or less, you're seeing that nobility of him come out where he's sampling it. And you're just kind of perplexed because you've never seen anyone do milk and cookies this way. He's cutting a piece off with a knife and scooping it onto a spoon and gently dipping it in and then eating it.
Well, you know, relax.
I am relaxed, Nicola.
I take a cookie, I dip it in the milk. That's all you gotta do. Give it a couple seconds. Right.
He looks at you very perplexed. He's like, but I will get your fingers in the milk.
Do you not know precipitation, my friend?
I do.
Then what's the problem?
Your fingers get wet in the milk.
It's actually part of the fun.
Plus, I mean, you don't have to submerge the whole fucking thing. It's really just like the last part that you really got to worry about.
Believe it or not, I've actually seen someone dunk Oreos this way.
Actually,
the
that is
whole
the best
fucking
way to,
thing?
No,
with a spoon.
the spoon.
Yeah, it honestly is one of the best ways to do it. It's
Because you have to soak them for so long.
Not that fucking long.
the way they're designed, they are meant to be in the milk for a certain amount of time.
But Lumion just cuts a piece off, dips it gently. See? Your fingers do not get in the milk. And he just eats it.
Romeo. Do it right.
This is correct, Nikolai.
If I remember correct, you answered to my emperor, which in turn implies, to a certain degree, that you have to answer to me.
Incorrect, Nikolai. I am one of her council members. Thus, I answer to her directly.
Do it right.
He looks at you very perplexed.
This is interesting. It's like, does Nikolai hate me? No. Now this.
This is, and Cayenne, you walk in and you see this going on as you were checking on your plants, and you hear Nikolai saying, "Do it right."
I'm gonna yell out, "Excuse me, what?"
He's not dipping the cookies in the milk right. He's cutting cookies up, putting it on a spoon, and then putting a spoon in the milk.
Honestly, that is kind of weird. It's like so... Oreo is honestly the only cookie that's appropriate with.
How I'll go in there and see what's going on.
Lumion looks to you. Oh, that tartness, holy shit. It settled on the bottom. Oh, man. Oh, that was just like a warhead to the tongue.
Oh no.
Oh, it caught me like right here. Oh. And, Lumion looks over to Nikolai. He wants me to grasp the cookie and dip it in the milk. My only reasoning is your fingers will get moist from the milk, thus contaminating it. And he sets the cookie down and he cuts off a piece, puts it on the spoon, holding it with a knife, and dips it into the milk, showing you how he was doing it. Then eats it.
The eye blink would be my exact reaction.
No, look, I overcomplicate most things. Never in my life have I ever fucking tried to overcomplicate fucking cookies and milk.
This is the player saying this. I would have used a fork of all things. If I was going to do it that way, it would be with the fork.
So that's understandable because you can at least poke the cookie.
See?
No, I think the spoon
Not doing
method
it
would
right.
actually be slightly better. I don't think bringing utensils is
He's
necessary.
not
No, no, no.
doing it wrong, but have you considered that he hasn't tried this before?
Yes, I know. That's why I'm telling him to do it right.
But if you use the
There's
spoon
no
method,
wrong
then
or
you get
right
some
way to
cookie
eat a
and some
cookie.
milk.
Each culture and each person is different. But when you dunk the cookie in milk, you don't submerge your whole hand in it.
Yeah,
You-
exactly. You
You
don't have to
can-
put the whole cookie in there. Just-
Lumion looks between both you. He
Oh.
was unclear on that instruction.
Let me show you.
oh good, you basically just told Lumion to fist the milk.
Let, I'm gonna get a piece from Lumion to show him what I'm meaning.
Oh,
And
I
he-
love my
he
head
cra-
for that.
He leans over and he gets very close, almost like a very observant, like almost like a scientist watching a lab specimen. And you've seen him do this plenty of times in your private life.
I can see him going to the table and watching.
Very much like that.
So, what I normally do is when I eat cookies, I break a longer piece to where I can hold the very top part of the piece and dip the cookie halfway. Let it sit for like a couple of seconds, then pull it out and then eat it.
And he's just watching you go through this process, Cayenne, and he's like, I see. Interesting.
I will offer the piece that I dunked for him to him.
He takes it from you very gently, as he always does. And it's the weirdest process you see. He doesn't break the cookie off. You see him look at the cookie, and it's something that you could respect and play. He almost seems to analyze it. He cuts a piece off, like it's like a perfect portion of the rest of it.
Okay.
And you're like,
I mean, that's fine.
and he does like the most noble thing ever. You see him put a pinky up and just really dip it.
Give it a couple seconds. Don't have to put your hand all the way in the milk. Alright.
And he pulls his hand away and the cookie crumbles into the milk. He's
Too long.
like,
Yeah, but once you finish the rest of the milk, you still get the cookie at the
Yeah,
end.
that's-
So
that's-
it's not.
Yeah, honestly, it's still pretty good. We could explain that
so,
too.
so you can spend some time with Lumion.
Teaching you how to eat milk and cookies.
I'm gonna spend all day teaching milk and cookies and forget to ask everything else.
So, we end up being successful in teaching how to eat milk cookies. Okay. So, Lumia, I wanted to show in some way, shape, or form that I want to be able to be a friend and nonetheless a brother, as you and my sister have planned. That I want this to happen. I wanted this to be a special bonding moment. Because I have concerns. I myself am quite capable of going dark to get necessary things done, or positive goals. I understand this, but it also terrifies me, because I don't know how I can get back from it if I need to. I see your line of work, and I understand the utility and the pragmatism of allowing terrible things to happen for you to get the information.
Cayenne, you are there during this conversation happening, and Lumion has made you privy to all of his work that he does. So you understand the things that he does inside and out.
But I don't know you to know how far you can go. And with that in mind, with my sister, it works. So I was hoping to see something that shows me, other than your word, other than your actions, that you are.
And what will this test be?
Do you have money of your own earnings, not of conjuring it into midair as I've seen you do with
Of
that
course.
is of value to you?
Of course.
Have you heard a place called the Hole?
Cayenne and myself have been there a few times.
Yeah.
You have been there with Lumion a few times.
I have.
Well, that makes me feel better already. Because I know that Corin and her sister and the genie would not allow you in there. And I believe they have the power to prevent it from happening.
Oh, they most certainly do.
If you were not a being of kind heart and mind. And that's what I wanted you to do. I wanted you to find the hole in the wall without any special tricks or magic. I wanted you to step in. I wanted you to use your own money that means something to you. Purchase something from you. I figured, should you be able to do that, then you are, at least at this time, a good person.
That
He
is
stands up and he's like,
very good to us.
shall we visit the hole in the wall then?
Lead me there with our feet.
Very well.
That's actually a really clever test.
So you head out, and then you shrink back down to your normal size. And he actually walks at your pace to not outpace you.
I can use my machine, Lamia, if you like.
I could simply carry you.
Except,
He just very gently picks you up and puts you on his head where his horns are.
all right.
It's very much like being on Cayenne's head.
Higher.
Yeah,
By a lot.
by a lot. And you guys head down to the marketplace and wander through the marketplace, and he stops and talks to a few people in their own native language and carries on.
Yeah. While he does that, I do want to, like, mechanical terms, insight to
Yeah, go ahead.
get the nature of the conversation and the interaction. Not necessarily know what they're talking about, just they feel the nature of their conversation and their interactions. Oh, that's not good. That's a 1.
Whoops.
Ones are so fun. So you're trying to figure out like what he's up to, and you kind of like climb off of him for a moment. You're standing on this table,
Mhm.
and I need you to make a reflex.
Can be another bucket, isn't it?
Good luck. That's another one.
No, it's not a 1.
Oh no!
Not very good though. My dex. An 8.
An 8.
Yeah.
No, as you're standing there and you're trying to watch Lumion, you see his hand come out in your direction, and you think he's gonna like grab you naturally because you're a mouse,
Mhm.
and your fur kind of like starts to stand up,
Shit.
and you hear us above behind you, and you start to turn around and you see that Lumion has stalked a butcher's knife coming down on you,
Oh shit.
and you see a lizard folk there. How much for the fresh food?
No.
It will be put in my stew. I will sell you some.
No.
Downsides of being a mouse.
Huh?
Downsides of being a mouse.
And Lumion gently picks you up with his other hand. And he's like, not there. And the lizard folk's like, he's so fat it would have been good in my stew.
This time 2 fingers. No.
Oh, the British way of flipping them off.
So Lumion puts you back on top of his head. He's like, careful.
I was just trying to get a. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are, what you're doing there. So I was just observing, trying to observe that.
I was speaking to the commons of the market, and I was seeing how her children were doing. I speak all languages.
I'm trying to learn English. I figured I'd have enough experience, but it doesn't work sometimes.
Well, perhaps we can put in a word with Corin to get comprehend-ish.
I would not say no to that.
You look over and be like, wait, what? Huh? Come on, speak up there.
Nope.
Say it.
Surprise.
Okay. You can message me. So eventually, he stops down an alleyway. He pulls out a piece of chalk. He goes through the process. He opens the door to the hole in the wall. And steps through, and Corin looks over and it's like, Lumion! How are you? And he's like, I have stopped in to simply see your wares, and I have brought Nikolai with me.
Hi.
And she's like, oh. And he walks to the counter, and you see a few different people coming and shopping. And the djinn comes out, and he looks over at Lumion. He's like, Lumion! And Lumion's like, greetings. He's like, are we still on for the game I want to teach you, croquet? Lumion's like, of course.
All right.
Lumion looks over, will you be attending Scrolls Weekly? And the djinn's like, of course. Yeah, it's like a book club.
I will
I like that.
literally do a sigh of relief. That worked. All right.
And Lumion looks to Corin. He's like, I have a request, high profile request. I'm willing to pay the extra fees for it. Could you track down a book of Comprehend Gnomish for me? And she's
Okay.
like, he said he had to buy something. Didn't specify what.
True.
And she looks at Lumion and she's like, a peculiar request coming from someone new. And he's like, oh, it's not for me, it's for young Nikolai, as he's interested in learning Gnomish. She's like, a gift. He's like, of course.
Explain to Cora why I brought him here.
And she looks over and she just raises an eyebrow. Really? Well,
And he has decided that he wants to buy that. Well, I mean, you could buy something for yourself. And I mean that when I say
he's like, first the book. And she just checks a few things and she's like, and she speaks to him and gives the amount that it is, and it's 15k platinum for the book.
oof.
And he looks to you and he's like, you asked me to pay with actual coin. And he reaches into his side pocket and he pulls out a bag and he sets down the entire bag of coin for
Let's
book.
go all the way. Is there any way there, Corin, or Mr. Jin, he's still there, that you can verify that that is real money, not something computer? Just going all the way, Logan.
The Jin comes over and he takes out one of the coins and he looks at it and he's like, it is an actual coin.
Give thank you, and give Lomion a nod, like a pleased nod.
The Jin actually looks to you and he's like, these are coins from before the last fall. Each of these are worth 100 platinum each. Because they're from a lost civilization.
Oh.
You're just like, oh my god. And they accept a coin and he writes down that the book is on, that when they track it down, it would be presented to you.
That I think I'll be happy to call you brother.
And Lumion's like, I have always referred to you as that, but you had your trepidations about me and my honor.
Just fears of seeing the pragmatic nature in myself and you, and not knowing how far you could go.
If I was angry enough, I would destroy an entire world to protect you, and Cayenne especially.
Let's make sure you don't get that way, buddy.
That's fair.
You're like, oh god. And you damn know well he could.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And I offer, when we get back to my house, I will give you a proper hug.
Lumion is a big boy.
I cannot do that now. I can hug you.
He offers a finger.
When we get back to the house.
So he
Hugs are
does.
important to me. I don't get to give them here.
So while he is an information broker, he does have his own vast personal library.
Mhm.
You see him just looking at the most eclectic books that you can imagine. You see like this like crudely drawn child's book for druids, and he picks that up for himself.
It's a book he doesn't have.
Yeah.
It's one of the best books to get.
The book
One you don't
have. If you're a book collector, yeah. And I will take some time and peruse around.
Yeah, investigation.
Right.
A little bit of an expensive book.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Cayenne's over there going, Jesus Christ.
It would be a 26.
You look around a little bit and you do find something that catches your interest. And it's a automated note-taking book.
It's almost like the other thing that I wanted that disappeared on me.
You want to balance out your table there, bud? I don't know if we can sit level
so,
5 legs.
Do an Arcana on the description.
Okay. Well, crap. All right, that's a 1. Hopefully, I don't blow the place up.
You think Thorin and them would let you blow the place up?
It's a 1. They may not have a choice.
You step forward to start reading the inscription, and one of the mechanoids that work there just runs you clean over.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah?
Can you see if it was holding a compass?
Oh, that's a deep cut, right?
I wonder if she's ever figured that out.
Oh, man. Oh no.
Oh,
That's a good one.
Okay. Actually, it's 48 points of damage.
you have that much HP, bro?
I'm at -1. Nikolai is now
Unconscious.
unconscious,
So,
if
it-
not
it's
dead.
like-
If nobody sees him.
It's Cayenne will understand this mental image. It's like a raccoon when it meets a semi truck.
Yeah, sure. Nikolai is street pizza. Gone. Like, this is a cool book, and then black.
Oh, that'd be terrible. Like, that's a horrible accident to happen
And
inside of a
the
shop.
robot comes back and stops and looks down at you. Perhaps it would be wise to not stand in the path of us. It zooms off.
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
The robot talks shit and zooms off.
Okay.
At least the robot didn't do something else.
So let me know when I start rolling death saves.
You wake up and you're like in a little, like, you know, bed with a little blanket on, a little thing of ice on your head. And the Jin's looking at you like, first time,
What happened?
I do believe the term is splat.
What happened?
Oh, one
That
of the
book
many...
was awesome. And then I'm here.
Oh. You apparently got in the direct path of one of our many servants here.
I'm not the smallest one that's been here. How do you prevent this from happening next time?
Well, they do make an audible noise.
It just came. It just appeared out of nowhere, I guess.
Nonetheless, you are back in one piece.
I was in more than one piece.
Illumion's like, or like 6 or 7.
Oh my god. Oh. Damn.
It has been damned.
Nikolai, Lumion looks at you. He's like, Nikolai, when I decided to spend the day with you, I did not want to see you inside and out.
I didn't want that to happen either. Trust me. Oh. How long have I been gone?
For just about an hour.
Do I feel okay?
Everything feels fine. You've been put back together just fine. But
Beyond greater restoration
Like-
kind of thing.
everything hurts.
I'm sore.
It's like if you accidentally like fell off a ladder and landed flat on your back.
Ugh.
No.
Is it safe to go look at that book again?
As long as you don't stand on the railroad tracks, bud.
Look both ways before crossing the road.
It was just there. I took one step forward. One step little.
Shit happens, man.
It's like getting hit by a fucking freight train for Nikolai.
One step forward to read the label. I'm gone.
Everybody's just looking to each other and then look at Nikolai like,
He got A trained.
you got a train.
That's fucking horrible.
She took one step into the street, start crossing it, and boom.
Oh my god, he literally did get a train.
I had to start looking embarrassed. He was there, and there, and there. A little bit there.
He's there, over there, over there, and up there.
He looks over and is like, look, that has to be the first time that I've ever had to find locate object on person.
What object were you looking for?
Oh, too bad Thought wasn't there. This would have been the perfect time.
Man.
You wouldn't have felt nothing.
So,
Thank you.
after your fun experience, you're able to visit the marketplace, get up ID.
I want to learn more about this book without dying this time.
High or low?
Hi.
Oh, you get back and it's gone.
No.
Lumio's just looking, what book?
Lumion's like, are you okay, friend?
This is the second time. A fantastic item that would help me so much in this wonderful shop has disappeared. I thought nobody would be interested in for a while, like the last time, but this time I got squished, I guess, and it's gone.
As you're standing before this case, one of the other mechanoids has a cloth and he's just gently wiping off a piece of glass.
That blood looked familiar.
Like this
And,
shop, you like have to buy stuff right away, or it's gone all the time.
Corin's sister walks up. She's like, "We are a very popular."
I know, it's not your fault. It's just my luck.
Oh, you were looking at that book.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is actually was an artificer did purchase it before after they requested, but so he put it on sale and someone purchased it. Essentially,
I don't want to. I do, but I don't want to know how much it was.
it was a unique item that took the thoughts of the artificer and translated them into schematics without them actually verbally
Mhm.
saying it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought. And now it's gone.
I'm going to walk away now.
Thank you. Not your fault. I know. Except maybe have your robots be more like observant of small creatures.
And you just
In your
hear her
shop.
laugh a little bit. She's like, "Oh, that's funny."
Why is that funny?
Because you're the one that was at fault. Also got to see Mars. Such a little fat boy.
Yep, he's putting his paw in my nose.
Hello.
Well,
So,
thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for the squishing part. I appreciate
He's
you.
looking at you like, what the hell are you talking about?
so you get back to after you spend the day with him, you head back to the house, and everybody's kind of gathered there for dinner at this point. And Lumion comes walking back in, and Nikolai's in better spirits, but he's still rambling on about some book and being squished.
Actually, Probably would have invited Kippa to join us for dinner this night. Have the whole family there.
And as promised, guys, and love me. Come here.
He hugs you back.
Hug me like you mean it.
Okay. I'm fine to die.
Like squeezing.
Really?
Oh shit! Apparently, the dice really love you tonight. He's
Really?
like, he walks to you and he's like, "Are you sure, Nikolai?"
I don't want to be. Stop short of crushing me to death. At
I
least.
will hug you as if it's your sister hugging you. And he hugs you, and that's an actual 20 on the strength roll.
Ooh,
Goodbye, spine.
crunch.
You got a perfect spine adjustment.
Yeah.
Oh.
That snap, crackle, pop makes it feel good.
Alright.
Sometimes, God, yes.
All right. try to give him a good look back. Watch me roll another fucking one. No, not bad.
I was fixing to say, don't speak it into existence.
Yes. So, well, I do have advantage. Well, I'm counting as advantage because I'm kind of grappled. See if I got any better. No, I'll take it. I'll keep that. I'll keep the 19 that turned into an 18.
Yeah, he enjoys the hug back, and as everybody starts to gather into the common area to get dinner, he greets Cayenne and gently headbutts her, and that's become like their probably go-to greeting, a gentle headbutt to each other. And he looks over at you and he's like, "Did you know Nikolai died today?"
Are we all in the same room
Yeah.
when you say this? Just like,
Or what?
On a book. I took one step, go back down the small size. This step. Forward, go read the label, go back up to regular size, and I got smashed by one of Corin's machines.
Nikolai, when I said that you should try and commune with the gods, it's not what I meant. Are you okay?
He was in
Obviously.
at
I
least
was-
7 pieces.
You said 6 earlier.
7. And his insides were spread a good at least 12 inches.
Lovely.
How did I not take a full death on that one?
Porn shop.
Born
And
in
he's
a
like,
magical
as
place.
the old children's rhyme goes, Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall.
Oh, I've heard that one.
In this case, it took everyone within the shop to reassemble them.
And you know the irony of that? It was just like that other book that I wanted. Couldn't get. When I went back and was finally given the okay to buy it.
Give him a little pat on the head.
And,
Every other time.
When they put me back together, within the hour, someone else bought it.
That's most unfortunate.
I'm damned to be ever able to get such a useful tool. Never gonna happen. I
Nope.
tried dying this time to it.
Lumion looks over. Perhaps one day you will craft your own and it will be superior to those.
He makes a point.
A very valid point.
I can only try.
That's more than what most people can say. All you can do is try. If anyone can do it, I know it's you. Smart enough and intelligent enough to do it.
I don't know. What's for dinner? Is it the servants, the Imperial servants? That we're doing?
Yeah. They're basically doing they're almost done with dinner. It's still a little bit of time before dinner is done. But it is smoked turkey.
Who's all here at the house at the moment?
Everybody except for Bellum, Kippa, and Sir.
I take it she was not able to.
Not yet, and still has time. And they're also making a large batch of mashed potatoes with rosemary and butter.
Fuck yeah. Is there a bucket of gravy to go with it?
No buckets. In fact, hey, number one,
Pops up. Yes, sir.
buckets are not allowed in this house at all.
As you deem it.
Find out some other way to do things that you would do with buckets.
We'll use a pail.
Not a bucket.
And he
Do you
rolled
think?
in on a pale bucket, and its name was Bucket.
No. I just found out Nikolai's true nemesis.
The bucket?
What they're going to be riding in on. Mechanical horse. That's painted white.
Alright, so I'm just picturing a bunch of Hadazi flying in on flying buckets.
No. Because eventually somebody's going to come to town riding a pale white horse.
Oh. I have
So-
nothing I can hit you with. It's not gonna hurt.
So as you guys are all gathered at the table, Kippa comes in. And she's taking off her coat. Sir Mirror's helping her.
No,
And she starts walking over to the group.
come on, you two.
Hi.
Hi. I died today.
She stops for a moment. And she's just glaring at you. You can feel the burning daggers.
Wasn't my fault.
It's always your fault.
What they say.
It genuinely doesn't seem like it was his fault this time. What I understand from what they explained, he was ran over by a robot.
Not of my own making.
And Sir Mir comes walking over and he's like, he pats you on the back. He's like, isn't death invigorating?
Maybe if I can get past the whole body pain.
First time?
He's like, but that's the most awakening moment.
I'll have to take your word for that, buddy. It's only happened like once or twice before.
Did you know? And Kip was like, Sir Mir? He's like, did you know that in post-battle, if you slit someone's throat, you have a fountain to wash yourself off?
It's
And
not.
Kip was like,
Well, that's gross.
Walk over and do my best to comfort my wife from that.
Kind of going to just look at Sir Mira's like, you're not wrong.
That doesn't mean you're right.
you could also,
I'm a centaur, so
he looks over to you and he's like, you understand. You could also, blade the meat of your enemy and use their intestines to make sausages.
I'm doing my best to cover Kippa's ears. 'Cause I know she
And she's
hates
just
it.
like looking so uncomfortable by this.
Hey, dear. It'll pass.
It'll pass. It'll pass.
Mir. Come on now.
Yeah.
You're not wrong, but like, in the presence of Kippa.
I don't know if that suggestion would fly on. What is that, Mr. Sausage show you like? Hey, let's try SpaghettiOs or our enemies.
He's actually done SpaghettiOs.
Spaghetti-O sausage, yeah.
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 So he looks over to Sir Mir and he's like, I have brought something for you.
Who
And
looks over to Surmir?
Huh?
Who looks over to Surmir?
he looks over to Lumion.
Okay. Surmir looks over to me.
Yeah. And he's like, through the training room, Lumion stands and heads after Sir Mir, and they head into the training room.
Before they go in, I want to try to catch Lumion.
Oh, that's easy enough. You can just catch him real quick. He looks to you. He's like, "I'll go."
Toss him a gold coin.
You what?
Toss him a gold coin.
He catches it. He's like,
You forgot that
"This is for."
from our hometown.
Thank you.
Let him go train.
Do you follow after him to watch?
No, but it does remind me. I got to go talk to Maggie about something.
I was gonna
Did we ever find that is something I need to do too?
Did somebody everyone like has to talk to Maggie?
Did we ever find out if he was able to safely enter this house?
Who?
Maggie?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he can. He just doesn't like to.
No, apparently he doesn't have a problem with it now.
Huh?
He still needs adult supervision.
Oh, the whole family's here. We could invite him.
So
He-
you're
he
you're,
was
you're not gonna
last
watch
time.
Sir Mir and Lumion train for at least a few moments.
I wasn't invited.
You're in a house with family. You could just go watch.
No, like I said, I'm going to talk to Maggie.
The marshal.
If he's not there, I'm going to go get him.
Yeah, he's at the other house,
Gotta go get him.
preferably with your sister.
Go get her too.
Did Maggie give Nikolai the list the other night
For what
of
list?
who's allowed in this house? Or his sister? Yeah.
Pretty
Yes.
sure he
He
did.
presented it. I
Yeah.
don't know if he actually did.
Yeah, he gave it to you.
Okay. Well, taking time before dinner's ready to release them.
Okay.
See if there's any names on there that I think are important. as well.
I may go and watch to see what they're doing, and if Kippa wants to go as well, then might be good to see exactly what Lumion and Sir Mir have been working with. Give us both an idea of who this new ally that's going to be joining our kingdom would be,
Okay.
our new family member.
Do you go and watch Cayenne out of curiosity?
I do, but I'd probably slip away after a little bit to go check on the plant, which I still don't have the name for. And the birds.
Okay. So, you see Sir Mir and Lumion something, and you're like, hey, holy shit, that's big.
Uh-oh. I don't like the sound of that, but okay.
And you unsheathes it, and it's a plain bird's like sword that is beautifully crafted. You're like, oh. And Sir Mir is like, that was hard to get a hold of. And Lumion is checking the blade, and Sir Mir's like, consider that a wedding gift.
That is one very impressive blade.
The spine of it is like some sort of metal, and the blade itself, like the fuller section, is like some sort of metal, and then the entire blade itself is some sort of crystalline structure. And then you can see the handle, it's a double length handle on it, and it's wrapped in almost like what looks like elven mithril. And that one thing gives it away. That is a elven blade.
It's really awesome.
Very impressive.
And you see him just moving and spinning it around with a single hand, and you're like,
That is very, very intimidating. I am honestly kind of looking forward to our duel now.
and Sir Mir's like, one match. And he walks to the other side of the arena, and you see him pull out his two blades. And you see something that you've never seen Sir Mir do.
Hmm.
You notice that he has his two blades like bound together, and he pulls that cord, and you can see all these blades appear, and they all hit the ground around him, sticking out of the ground. You're like, oh, shit.
What type of fighter was he again?
Samir.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was a battle master, wasn't it? Or was it a champion?
There's a few things.
Yeah, he's whatever one he wants to be.
He is all the stabby, all the murder, all the killy, all the slashy.
Yeah. He was well, one thing we really know is that he is an avatar of sorts.
Did the Fire
He's an
Nation
Oath
attack us all?
Paladin and a Purple Dragon Knight.
Purple Dragon Knight and Paladin.
And do a wisdom to see if you actually remember his oath.
Hmm.
18.
18. He's actually the Oath of Protection and the Oath of Carnage.
Carnage and protection. 2 oaths. So he's
So he's an oath of law and of chaos.
And you're just seeing about 30 swords stuck in the ground around him.
Thought it was at least going to have like one in each hand and then bite down on a third.
Go full like, and you're just like, ah.
and he's a kobold, so he could technically, by game terms, have the ambidextrous tail. So he could have one in each hand, one in mouth, and one wrapped up.
That reminds me. I don't know if anyone here would actually be able to pull it. And I
What?
think we may have tried. Mother's sword that's locked in the wall.
Yes, you've tried this.
Sir Mir, you've actually asked about it. He said he will not touch that sword.
Let Lumion know, hey, there is a special sword in this house.
He's getting on your plate.
There's nothing there.
And so, yeah, they enter a sparring match. And you're just, for the brief time you watch, Lumion has one arm behind his back, using just the sword like a rapier. You're like, oh.
You're not supposed to be able to do that.
That was
Diane
impressive.
has seen him duel with Sir Mir in passing, but didn't stay to watch.
I'm going to observe and study his form.
Do a perception.
Okay, Taskmaster.
The perception?
Mm-hmm.
17.
It's hard for you to grasp the full of it because he's been training with Sir Mir and they're basically fighting at a much higher level than you are. But Sir Mir is not landing a single glancing blow on Lumion because he's just moving between the blades.
And scary.
Huh?
We're going to get in the fight with Lumion and we're fucked. There's just no two ways about it. The
Doesn't have
best
to
we
be
can
a,
hope for is put on a good show.
it doesn't have to be a martial duel.
How many spells are you going to cast in?
I actually have a couple of ones that I can cast.
Yeah, but now you're realizing how much deeper and terrifying Sir Mir actually is.
And also, Scav does bring up a good point. It doesn't have to be, the duel doesn't have to actually be a fight.
Oh my god, now I can see it now. Nikolai. Our duel with you is dunk the cookie right. So, where were you off to, Cayenne? Oh, talk to the plant?
Yes,
And check on the bird too.
I'm gonna try to remember the name. I keep hearing the word Vesper in my brain for some reason. Because I know
Okay,
the
so
other
you-
one is named Juju.
Isn't one named like? Oh yeah, one's named Bad Juju. And
Yeah,
I
no
can't
bad
remember,
juju.
Yeah, and I can't remember the other one's name.
That's why I
So-
keep
This-
saying Vesper. That's what I remember.
Is this the one that has the like anti-magic slime face
Rule.
rule?
That was Juju.
That was
Yeah.
Juju?
That was at the
one
other
at the
house.
Other house,
This one can speak and is smart.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure someone can tell us the actual name. You're able to go and see the birds as well, and they have little scarves on because it's colder weather. And the purple one comes up to you and just scratches at the ground and huffs and walks off, going to that kind of like that rebellious face.
Oh, it's already in the teen years.
I'll pawn and bluster right back at it.
It walks back over, turns its back to you, kicks some of the gravel and dirt up at you, and walks off.
This is a feisty little bird.
It is definitely its mother's and father's child.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
I'm gonna
good.
say, well, someone's a sassy little shit right now.
So do we want to start taking bets on how long it's going to take for Purple to draw blood from Mongo?
Not long. I think
So-
Purple's gonna get everybody at some point.
Purple walks up to you and holds out a talon, standing on one foot.
I will reach my hand out. I missed you too.
And as you grasp the talon, you smell a Mars level fart. And
Of
Purple starts
course
to
it
walk
did.
off.
Oh, please tell me. Please tell me. It does like a little warble, like a laugh. and goes off.
No, it was one of the silent ones.
Oh no.
Walks away shaking his butt a little bit.
It walks away, panning it away from itself a little bit.
Cheeky little shit. I like this bird.
The bird's been hanging around Ralph.
Oh, for sure. Had to have been learned something like that.
And the other two birds come over and start nuzzling you between them, sandwiching you between them. And you just feel like passing little cuts happening.
I'm just going to hug on to them regardless and just scritch the free spaces.
The non-murderous spots.
Yeah.
And then they instantly start grooming you. You are not safe. And the cheeky little shit is just off over there staring at you like daggers.
Gonna take some time to break that one in, huh?
Oh, I've got my ways. I'll thorn whip that ass if it don't behave.
So you're able to go find Maggie,
Hmm.
and you see that him and Sunny have made soup, and they're sitting down to have soup. Well, you guys are having this glorious meal. They're over here doing just like, well, here's a broth and some potatoes and carrots.
Hello.
And Sunny looks over. Hey, soup.
Actually, over at the other house, we were just about to have dinner, and if you two want to come with.
We didn't get an invitation.
Why the hell not?
I don't know. Nobody told us about a dinner together.
Oh. That's probably my fault then.
I swear I missed everybody, but that's probably my bad too, actually.
You're not there.
I'm just
Maggie
thinking.
looks over. He's like, I'll come, but I'm bringing my soup with me.
That's fine.
And he offers you a bite of it to taste it.
Try it.
It tastes like the most generic soup you can ever see. There's not even like any saltiness to it. The broth is just basically boiled vegetable broth.
Honestly, sometimes that's actually kind of good.
You're like, oh,
It's got to be better than fucking swamp water that he was drinking. But yeah, get him on the way.
yeah. He comes with you, and he's just eating the soup along the way. Mumbling a little bit how it's already cold, and he has to use use the spell to make it warm again.
Wait, did he ask to do that?
Yeah.
Oh god. I'd do it for him if I could.
Cayenne's birds are sassy.
Yes,
So
they
you're not-
are, and Purple has proven to be a little rebellious fart machine, apparently.
So you're a lot better with all the spell casting than I am.
He looks over at you.
Probably wait till we're in like a decent area because I don't want to announce it to everyone.
Yeah.
Cayenne mentioned how we have to do Lumion. Scav and Nikolai and myself.
He looks over to you. He's like, what deity would you like me to pray for your safety?
All of them.
I'm sure that Sir Mir, in fact, I do know that Sir Mir
Has been
knows
training them.
at least a dozen ways to skin a cat.
And has been training Lumion.
Huh. He pats you on the back. You'll do well.
No.
If anything, our family's survivors.
Yeah. I just also got my ass handed to me by the fucking training dummy that Scav left on.
We're not exactly the best against inanimate objects.
Yeah.
I blame your mother for that trait.
There seems like a story there.
Well, there's a few.
Yep. But I'm willing to bet when you and the rest of the folks were out running around, had to get into a few scrapes, a couple of dust ups, a couple of Donnybrooks and the like. I'm really bad at the whole fighting thing. Can you teach me to be better?
He's like, old boy, I'd love to teach you how to throw some fisticuffs. But first, we have to get you some rather snappy cuffs.
It's like I'm wearing his old robes.
Cufflinks.
Oh. Yeah, check out. Apparently I don't have cufflinks on.
So, Nikolai's looking in particular for two names.
Okay.
The sickly dragon approached the obscure that wrote it. Most see it wrong. Name listed in my notes is Knish. Yeah. Sickly. Oh, I know. Okay, that's kin. Ish, like dragon kin. Okay, that's not a name. That sickly person was named Oliver Selmeyer.
So you're looking at this list, right? And you're seeing the various members of the Obscura and allies. And you see their name crossed out with the C next to it. And you get to Maggie and you see the name has been rewritten with formerly deceased. And you scroll through it, and you do see that name on the list. Yeah, it has not been rejected yet.
It's been interesting. piece of information.
Because when you originally went through rejected names, it was only for equal order.
Any other interesting names on the list of maybe people that would be useful to look up that Nikolai doesn't know?
No.
That is interesting.
So now would be a good time to revoke that access.
He's going to ask Maggie actually about that before doing so. Because as far as he knows, if he does so, they can't come back. It's making a trap.
Alright, so you guys eventually get to the house, and
I would let Lumion know about that sword. And know that this used to belong to my mother.
well, he's still in the duel. You'll
Hmm.
have to wait till afterwards.
It would be afterwards, but
But he's still.
if he can pull it, it's
you
his to
can
keep.
tell it to him when you get to it. You're jumping ahead.
Sorry.
And Maggie and Bongo get back, and
Thanks,
as
honey.
does Sunny. And yeah, you're able to approach him and ask him.
As soon as he gets in, like, settled in, assault him as he walks in the door.
He sees you approach, and he holds out the spoon with some of the soup and puts it in your mouth. It is the most bland soup you've ever tasted.
There's one thing that can be added to it to make it taste better.
Salt.
So,
Oh no, flavor.
just any kind of flavor. My man, Maggie, that is so bland.
He looks at it. He looks over at you.
Look, if
Are
it's-
you okay?
look, if it's what he wanted. So, but we'll throw in whatever else you want.
You remember this house? Waiting at one service level. Like, I'll make anything you want.
And he seems to just kind of like daze off at that. He sits at the table.
Sorry, didn't mean to bother you about that. But I have a question.
He looks over at you.
From some of the things that we've learned before, one of the peoples that our parents got involved in when everything started to go awry, from what we know, was this dragon king named Reaver Selma. He's still on the list for this.
Maggie looks over at you, and he's like, for the love of all of the family members, reject that name.
But I was thinking we could
Reject
use it as a
That
trap.
name, child.
Take it with it. Remove the name.
He pats you on the back. He's like, congratulations. You just took the first step to save your own family.
This universal?
You can state it to be universal.
Make that statement. We find a house several months down the line with this god awful
Spaghettified.
spaghettified mirror outside the front door.
Rob just make you guys too happy. As you're working with the birds, you hear behind you Kippa's tiny little miss. She's like, I am. And the birds just instantly just start to rile up.
You're gonna look at them and say, no. Kippa is family.
Roll an animal handling. Control thy birds.
Please dice behave. Apparently not with a 10.
It's not as bad as a 1 or an 8.
Yeah.
4 or 5 or 4.
They look at you and they look back at Kippa and they're like, "What does look like? But it's a snack."
I'm gonna shake my head. No.
They look back at you, look back at Kippa, and they're to kind of do those, like, you know, the typical like cat begging for food. Look,
Oh.
I promise you, as well as the baby who needs to go out hunting, we will go hunt some deer soon.
Kippa comes up, walks up a little bit. She's like, one of the higher up druids did take them out hunting, and well, let's just say I had to pay a lot of coin because that purple one over there got into a chicken coop.
Dead
I
chickens
swear
everywhere.
this one's going to need some mystical collar that could just basically send jolts of electricity to correct that behavior.
You look as you're like glaring a little bit, probably in the direction the birds over there kind of doing the me gesture.
What a snarky bird.
I will put you on your ass, child.
You know what I just thought of? Your train level is not high enough for this yet.
E&D shock collars, dangerous but effective.
I will sit on you if I have to.
Kippa walks in the direction of the bird and it starts to rile up. But she brings a hand up and she's like, "Good night," and the bird just collapses asleep.
Yeah.
And the two other birds are looking at each other like trying to figure out what just happened.
Purple is suddenly tired.
Diane is about to go full Southern Mom on Purple.
Is that more or
Whip
less than
that
Kippa
ass.
basically just sent Purple to bed without supper?
Essentially, yeah.
Kippa comes over and just gives you a look and she's like, yeah. I had to pay for an entire farm to get to replace, pay for their loss of chickens. Oh, also ate a goblin as well, but that's a whole different story.
Really going to have to get some training into that child. They're apparently in their rebellious stage right now, because when I first met them, they were so sweet and so nice. I don't know what happened. I guess this would be
Teenagers.
what considered like the terrible twos, or when they start learning the word no,
Yeah. Yep.
and then all they do is repeat the word no
For
to
everything.
everything.
So
You really should look up the ranger that sold you Red and Blue. You probably have some ideas on how to train it.
All I
Send
know
them
is
off
that
to a
they're-
bird camp.
They're abyssal. That's all I know is that they're abyssal.
So as-
Didn't even know they were a breeding pair. That wasn't
Oh.
specified at all.
nope. So you're able to oh, Apparently, per our chat, that it would be very difficult. Would be as a hatchling. The ranger did warn that it would be very difficult if they had hatchlings. That eye roll.
And it did.
So you're able to all sit down at the dinner table and get comfortable and seated and start to have dinner. And Maggie looks over and he's like, I have one request for dinner.
Okay.
Can we not do an identify on a relic of the past tonight?
Thumbs up.
That is perfectly fine.
I
Maggie.
like this idea. The last one was a bit rough.
I already feel enough guilt.
You
Or
did nothing though.
Yeah, that wasn't you.
feels like if the, I felt the eyes look in my direction after that was over.
If anything,
Because
it was
they don't
sadness for you.
understand.
If anything, it was sadness for you, Maggie. See your body used in such terrible ways. It's just a pup. It's not you.
Only reason why I looked up is because I want to make sure you were okay.
And as everybody settles in to eat, Maggie goes quiet once more. Melon comes walking in. She's like, "Hey, hi! How is everybody? What I miss?
No.
I hope everyone's in a good mood." And she's just kind of dusting herself off a little bit.
It's been a fairly interesting day, Millum. Come join us.
She walks over and sits
I
down.
died today.
She's like, "Oh, for a moment today, I was happy. Was that when you died?"
Wow.
These guys are laughing at the joke.
Love you too, sister.
Yeah, always second place with everything. Remember, I died first.
Such an achievement.
It is. Because look, I got an upgrade. You're still a dingy mouse.
You're a tiny squirrel.
I can
Smaller than
fly.
me. I can fly too if buckets don't get involved.
What?
Oh, look. I don't have to wiggle my fingers to fly. I can just... Didn't you take a bath because you smell like death?
Oh, come on now. He got the shit beat out of him. Both the pun comment and literal.
And Osley's like, "Died, did you?"
Yes.
As she comes in with Alufa. "Oh, I wish I could have been there just to raise you for a little bit, just puppet you." Adorable.
Apparently that wouldn't have been possible.
Aw. He looks her, she froze for us like, "Huh?"
Romy can attest, I was apparently in at least 70s.
And Oslin walks over, she looks over at you, Cayenne, and she's like, "That's what you string bread through and you wear him like a necklace."
Ew.
And Kip was like, "I'm leaving the table. I'm officially leaving the table."
I'm sorry, Kippa. No more gross talk. Right, guys?
Let's
We'll try to
let's-
keep it to a minimum.
It's not. Okay? Let's keep it civil. Have a good night.
Some assembly required for the chat.
So, I will tell the family about the fact that Umar is no longer welcome in our homes. Apparently, he was left on the list.
Well, that's. Well,
Kippa leans forward on the table and she's looking at you and she's like, "I was denied need to know information. Are there any other still secrets you want to hide from me, Nikolai?
I'm not hiding any secrets from you. I just found this out myself,
Because
and
I
I
will
rectified the situation.
I will put you in a room with Sir Mir so he can extract the information."
Would you like an accounting of my daily?
No, you
Your
died.
Majesty?
No. I would rather enjoy the cooked food, not the cooked mouse.
Well, the way he tells it, he's more than been tenderized.
You guys.
I don't. I'm not hungry anymore. She just pushes her plate away.
Try and comfort her.
Maggie's urgings and insistence recommended that I remove his name and from all forms. Instantly, would anything let me?
Perhaps it's for the best.
I know, but I was thinking we could use it as a trap.
Perhaps it's for the best.
At the very least, if he was in any of the houses now, he's
Alufa goes over to you.
never mind. I'll
She's
say
like,
the word.
we figured out a gift for you. And Coin walks in and is like,
What?
starts the back toward the door.
I'm like, nope.
Mage ball.
Get in here.
No, you're not leaving me alone with this.
She sits down next to you and she's just looking at you like, yes, dear. I'm not going to abandon you, dear.
So appreciative. What would I do without you?
Dear.
And Alufa looks between you. I thought Cayenne and was going to be the weird one with a relationship. And they hand you a box together, and it's a tiny little box.
You know that's not necessary.
Special gift.
You don't have to.
And Coin's like, thank you.
Guess
You-
Coin and I open it.
You open the box. You see like they're basically a silver chain, and you see these crystals that spiral down, almost like a what is it? It's a spiral helix shape, and when you put them together, they form a natural helix. And Osling's like, and these were hard to track down, rare. And they're suitable for you as my sister is a god. So death isn't too much of a problem for her. But if you happen to pass before Coin or vice versa, this will allow you to basically pray to them and possibly speak to them from beyond the grave every once in a while.
Hopefully, we won't be needing it.
Oh no.
But
Run
good
out of
to know.
tears.
Getting did Alufa and Osling get and is on something yet?
I want
I
to
don't
say
think so, no.
yes.
I don't think so, not yet.
No, but Pulse definitely did.
Oh, Pulse is such a fun character.
She is, but that gift, like, oh.
What gifts did she give Homie?
Her personal
Motion in the ocean.
oh
potion.
yeah, potion, the ocean potion. At least you didn't get that, Mongo.
I don't know how to explain that one.
You still got something pretty cool from her, though.
Yeah. Her original fucking potion kit.
It's fully stocked.
The motion in the ocean potion. Pretty great.
Yeah. So families gather around to have dinner, enjoy a meal.
I invite Ace over. Please, Ace. Take it.
Thought
And
buckets weren't
number one
allowed.
comes over and empties the fruit out and takes the bucket, and walks off.
Oh, that's right.
The fruit just rolls off the table and across the floor.
Hmm.
Is there a sack available?
I think your obsession with buckets there is unhealthy, brother.
Twice.
Maggie's
They come out of
Maggie's like,
nowhere. They're
I
important.
have a funny story regarding this. One of Bolbar's bag of holdings was actually a giant chieftain scribble.
What? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Did I hear that right?
Oh, man, your
You're
father
right.
was
It
nuts.
doesn't need to be repeated. Are you serious that you didn't hear me, Annie?
I genuinely, like, I don't know exactly what I heard.
What do you think you heard?
I don't know.
There's a reason why everybody is laughing and face palming.
Let's just put it this way: you'll have to watch the
Probably.
episode.
Left
He's
side
like-
died and can't hear that well on my left
He
ear.
kept
so-
strange relics in that sack.
That was kind of ballsy of him.
Kip was like, right. I see the traditions of the obscure are strong within the children of weird things that they partake in, collect, delve into, and such.
I haven't done anything weird.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Ramir looks over. But I hear you were testing out string theory.
No, I think he was cosplaying Street Pizza earlier.
Come on, guys. Kippa's here, please.
Let's keep it civil.
And Kip is just sitting there, and she just looks so disheveled by this conversation.
I'm doing my best to try and comfort her again.
Was I able to give Kippa a cookie yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
She actually took the longest to eat her cookie.
The what?
She took the longest to eat
Eating
her
her
cookie.
cookie.
Out of all the family members, she actually got a book, curled up into a nice comfy seat, and just gently ate a cookie while reading the book.
We all had our days with Lumion already, right?
Yep.
Feel free to discuss that at the table.
All right. Look over to Nikolai and Mongo. Look over to Lumion. Appreciate that we actually had the time to go ahead and spend those days with you, Lumion. I think that you would be a fine addition to our family. You definitely seem to be the right person for Cayenne. On top of that, I feel like you are someone who's sincere and genuine. So, welcome to the family.
He bows his head gently.
And please, formalities are not necessary around us, only when necessary in the courts.
Kip is sitting there, and she's like, Scabbard,
Yes.
me and Lumion are cut from nobility. It's kind of hard to not do. I know my history, but look what I've been for the last almost year.
I'm aware, and I'm still learning too.
Did you know? Pointing, looking at. He didn't know. Pointing at the moon. He didn't know how to get the cookies right.
I'm sorry, what?
She reaches in front of her and gently moves the turkey off to one side and looks down at the seat. Pardon.
You got my attention too, actually.
And Maggie even turns and looks over and points like she stands up on her seat and looks over the food. Wait, what?
It took both Cayenne and me to teach Lomian how to dunk cookies right. He was using a spoon and a knife.
And it was like, at least use a fork.
That is a little odd, but
Or ask a servant for an actual proper cookie dipping spoon.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
actually, what I know
Kippa?
about that with my training with
Yeah.
yeah,
Have you
that-
gone too far?
no, that is actually a thing that does exist.
Have you gone too
Bullshit.
far, Kippa? Are you no longer one of us? Are you above us in all ways?
Nikolai, you saw me get comfy in a chair and eat the cookie. I had crumbs on me.
Okay.
Like I said, formalities only when necessary. But that is a thing that does exist. There is a proper cookie dipping spoon.
How the fuck do you say that with a straight face?
I've been training with Kippa and Sirmir in the ways of nobility.
Well, I can promise you, ever given cookies to dip in to dunk in milk in a formal setting, I will be a barbarian.
There is a special joy that comes with dipping directly into the milk.
There's a level of insanity at this table right now.
So I have to ask, what kind of cookies did you have, Lumion?
Those are the cookies I gave you guys.
Oh, warm or cold?
Gave them both options.
Ah, which ones did you prefer?
I prefer the warm with the cold milk.
It's one of the best ways to have.
Warm cookie with cold milk.
Yes.
From what I understand, we still have that duel to do with you.
Yeah, what are the rules?
They're straightforward. I have initiated the first step.
What are we supposed to do next?
Normally, it is just simply the father that passes it on. Unfortunately, he's not among us. So it is up to you that we're chosen by Diane to challenge me to challenge you for the honor of taking her.
So are we supposed to win? Are you supposed to win? Like, we let you win, we say you're cool, or like supposed to be?
He's like, he just simply looks at it. He's like, it's a simple gentleman's duel. In essence, it is an agreement and showing of my honor, for your honor, that I can actually deserve the honor of taking her. So if I win or you win, it doesn't matter. Bongo?
Taking might be the wrong word there. Because something tells me nobody's taking Cayenne unless she's okay with it.
We're not going to discuss such deeds in front of you.
Not what I meant.
I don't even want to try and picture the mental gymnastics of that.
Conversations like this are going to lead me down to alcoholism. Fucking
Welcome
know
to
it.
Tabletop, everyone, where we get into weird thoughts of like, it's like the centaur wearing pants. How does it work?
Would they be just on the front?
I guess
Or
this
on the
is a
back, or both?
natural progression because at some point in time, the centaur in question would have to drop said pants.
From what I understand, Lumion, these duels or these tests of sorts, they do not necessarily have to be that of the blade or that of skill, but can be anything, right?
Correct. Traditionally, according to the actual books, the duel is stepping 100 meters away and firing a crossbow at each other.
Traditional gentleman's duel.
Yeah, I'm not very good at crossbows.
Sir Amir's just sitting there and he takes a bite of food. He's like, I trained him on those too. Just in case.
It doesn't take much to learn.
They do have a rather simple point and click interface.
Yes, they do.
If you'd like to learn, I'll teach you.
I already know how.
Sir Mirror's like, it might be simple for you to use a crossbow, but to take one out and simply use it as a hunting pistol to hunt duck, other bird.
A little bit trickier. That I know from experience.
So, what is not allowed?
Lumion's like, unfair play.
Well, they go half off fucking tactics.
Well, it gives us an advantage because he has to step down to our level.
He's gonna have a fucking hard time hitting us below the belt. We're fucking not even half his size.
Do
Not a
not,
euphemism, Mongo.
do not underestimate him.
While they're
No
chatting,
shit.
Cayenne is going to make her way over to Maggie to whisper something to him.
Yeah, Maggie's just sitting there and he's just kind of like not really eating. He's more playing with the food, kind of off in his own little world.
I'm gonna let him know that I approach, so I don't
He looks
scare
up
him.
at you. He's like, "Oh, Cayenne."
So yeah, not a euphemism.
Basically, she's gonna whisper to him,
Simply that
if anyone has their doubts about you based on what was shown, they have me to answer to.
He looks up at you and he's like, "I heard your mom say similar words to you." He's like, "Thank you."
I'm just gonna give him a warm hug.
He hugs back. And you can feel how scrawny he actually is because he hasn't really been eating much.
Before I move away from him, I'm gonna say, please eat. I want you to be healthy.
He just nods a little bit and actually takes a small bite of food.
I go back to where I was.
And as you sit down, or get comfy or flop down, I guess. I
Try to sit as ladylike as a centaur can.
there ain't nothing ladylike about that.
Nope.
It's just flop. It's like watching an actual horse sit down. It's just the most awkward thing to see. Seeing a horse
I
sit
would-
like a dog is strange.
I would assume that centaurs have like some kind of cushion they can sit their hindquarters on and be able to stand with their front legs.
I would imagine some sort of like lowered pad on the ground, like a comfort pad of sorts.
Yeah. Alufa, she reaches over and she grabs your hand very gently and she puts it in your hand and just pushes it towards you gently. It takes a bite of food.
I'll look at what's in my hand.
It's some sort of wrapped box.
I'll gently unwrap it to see what's inside.
You look in the box and you see a strange looking compass.
Gonna inspect it a little more to try to figure out what this is.
It is absolutely bizarre to you without actually asking anybody what it is. You're going to be lost on it.
I'll ask Alufa about it.
But go for it.
Thank you, Alufa. Never seen something like this before.
That's from us. I mean, Lumion doesn't exactly have an issue with locating you, but you would have an issue locating him. This is a navigator's compass. essentially you think about your significant other, and it will, the outer ring will move to show you what realm they are in, and the other rings will move to show what type of entity it is there and how far away they are.
That's absolutely amazing. I'm gonna give her the biggest hug.
And she hugs back. And you guys got anything else to ask Lumion regarding the duel?
So I think at this point, not pretending to speak for everybody, but there is no actual permission needed. So, do we want to make this entertaining for everybody? Or would that be counter to the intent of it?
Kippa looks over. It's supposed to be formal, unfortunately, Nikolai. It can be showsmanship, but it has to be formal.
A form of formal showmanship. I like that idea.
Okay.
Kippa looks over. Oh, and to clarify, Nikolai, or the actual duel, you are not permitted to have Ace assist you, nor are you permitted to have your reach magic. They're considered unfair advantages.
So I presume that by extension that goes to Nigel and Snake.
You guys would instantly know that falls under unfair play.
That would indeed fall under unfair play there, Nikolai.
Alrighty. I can't use my tools.
No, you can still throw a wrench at him. Just be careful, he might dodge it.
Oh my god. Nikolai gets a bandolo of wrenches that he can throw. They come return joints like boomerangs.
Of returning
You
wrench.
may not be able to use your tools, Nikolai, but you can certainly use that sharp mind of yours.
Okay.
Well, with Nigel off the table, there goes our primary strategy.
Smash him.
Actually, come to think of it, that's basically their playbook.
Lumion looks over. I will not be using any of my extended abilities.
Exactly.
You would know what that is. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, I
Any of
know.
his-
I just want clarification.
So you're not just gonna conjure a random wall up just to get in the way?
You'll be fighting at our level.
Why do you think I'm trained in using a sword?
None of us could do that.
He looks over to Scour. He can somewhat wield a sword. For Sermir's words.
As per the rules of said
Sermir
duel.
looks over at you and he's like, Scabbard,
Yes, Sir Mir.
have you learned that the pointy doesn't go in you? It goes in the enemy.
Where,
He's-
Sir Mir?
I think he's getting better at that.
Well, the last time that we had a test like that, he got a solid 60% on it. Still passing, sort of.
As per the rules of the duel, I will not be utilizing any of the sanctified abilities that I have. Only that of my natural skill and those of my draconic blood.
Wait, and oh god, I'm totally fucked for not allowed to use actually everything.
That means that I will not be utilizing my blade because I do not know how it would affect you there, Lumion.
Olympian just kind of shrugs. I'm not of evil nature, so
I know you are not. However, Bahamut's relics work in weird ways. I have no idea how it will affect certain creatures or beings.
Are there weird ways that you just don't know?
It's like that for all things. You know?
That you just don't know.
Doesn't really answer the question.
Servier tries to looks over at Scabbard. Are you aware of the simple proven fact? Hands work in strange ways.
Oh, you're not wrong.
So, am I? It would be or unfair to use any of my machinations.
It's like, what are you getting at?
Well, all I do is like make things do stuff that they don't normally do, which kind of goes unseen and unnoticed and actually have effect. I'm not a fighter. I'm not a wizard.
But you are a mouse.
Yeah.
You are a crafty mouse.
Yeah, you lit that one guy's beard on fire. You didn't see that shit coming, I'll tell you.
That's true.
You're also remarkably resourceful.
Yeah, if I have tools and materials.
Even without them, you've put things together with almost nothing. It's impressive. Kind of scary, actually.
Okay. All right. I got some ideas, maybe.
So
Okay,
the
oh, go ahead.
the dinner carries on. As you guys just generally chat about nonsensical things. Your days, the experiences with Lumion. Trying to get Kippa back to eating because she's rather like,
Try and encourage her to get her.
yeah, like, oh no.
Even if it's like something small.
And eventually you guys find yourself in the spacious, room with the fireplace, the snow outside coming down, the calmness of winter. And the night essentially ends as Maggie pulls out a violin and gently plays it.
I was gonna let Lumion know if he wants to. If he wants to try and pull it, and if he can keep that sword as a welcoming gift to the family.
And you're actually seeing him play a very sorrowful violin song.
Add?
It's just one of those songs that it's like pure sorrow.
Can I try and get a feel of like this is something about how like Maggie feels right now? I guess insight.
You can try.
Kind of wait for him to get to the end of the song.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask about it.
No, I'm gonna tell him about the halftime show. I guess,
Well,
No.
for lack of a better term.
The music he's playing, what in actual music in EM terms to players is the Transylvanian lullaby.
Okay.
oh, sorrowful but beautiful.
And haunting as fuck.
Yeah, so like some mixed emotion.
I'm pretty sure Cayenne is loving it.
Yes.
I have to listen to that. I'm not familiar with.
And it is just sitting right next to Maggie enjoying the shit out of music. And that is where we're going to call it.
Alrighty.
We are done for the night. We'll do something a little different, actually, than our normal sign off right away. Cayenne, what was your big thing for tonight?
Well, it was honestly being able to just essentially mouse snap Nikolai out of the house.
That was amazing.
Being able to essentially take him to my realm,
Yeah,
and then of course the interaction with the gnome, because
I'm
that
so-
was just really sweet.
I'm still gonna put it out there. The realm that you've actually crafted is pretty fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
That is some awesome, wonderful imagery.
And if any of the viewers are curious as to what I was explaining, look up Gardens from Savannah, Georgia, and look up the Appalachian Mountains in North Georgia. That'll give you a good idea of what I was describing.
Pretty beautiful place. And the gnome, she was wonderful too.
Yes.
That was pretty cool.
What about you, Nikolai?
Um,
Was it the part where you got turned into street pizza?
No, that was kind of traumatic. One of the coolest moments was when you the tradition is the elderly gifting the children, and the children going an extra mile to give service to him. You know, helping them make it through. I thought that was cool.
It's honestly one of my favorite parts of crafting locations is figuring out the traditions that ground them essentially.
For Nikolai in particular, it was probably teaching Lomian how to properly. They helped kind of helped Nikolai kind of like see Lomian as a person.
A reformed meatball.
Instead of
Reformed
some type
meatball.
of mysterious unknown entity.
Oh no! He dipped the cookie wrong.
It was weird.
It's like the whole table just
What?
Stewie head tilt.
What about you, Mungo?
That bear was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Really like that.
And the confusion with the statement that we're all watching.
Anything else?
Finally being able to actually show Nikolai the
Yeah, that was
The
pretty
cards.
yeah.
kind of melancholy knowing that we hadn't gotten anywhere right with it.
Mm-hmm. And for the record, Mongo totally was going to try to help Nikolai get out of the funk, but by the time he came across Mongo,
Oh, yeah.
he kind of seemed to already be out of it. So he didn't need to.
What about you,
Or
Scav?
to follow up a deity.
I want to say probably those little heart-to-heart roleplay moments with Nikolai, Cayenne, and Lomian, as well as the little one we had with Mongo as well there. Definitely could do with a lot more of those because those are always interesting. Just having the thoughts of the family, and just being that little bit of like a guide that's there to provide a little bit of support. It's not good at much except for fighting people and being moral support, really. But just those moments.
The small moments, they're always far and few and just wonderful to have.
Just
That's
letting
part of what makes them so special.
it's like you get an insight of the thoughts of the character through the player.
Yeah. Was a much more mellow session.
Very relaxed one. A good one to come back to.
I really enjoy the sassy bird.
I'm gonna thorn whip that ass so hard if they misbehave. All right, let me get me belt.
All right, I'm getting me mallet.
Mallet. Again, great session.
It's and we may be our group may be a little more unique. That really is like, I think I rolled, and anybody else roll any dice, really?
I think I rolled once.
Yeah.
I rolled
I
a
rolled a
couple of
couple.
times.
Cayenne rolled quite a few, actually.
It's just a fun example of that these games don't have to be about mechanics and random generated numbers. It can be literally the collaborative story.
Well, that's the core of the
Yeah.
tabletop is a collaborative story.
Yeah, it's different
Yeah,
for everybody. I mean,
Yeah. Every table is different.
some
Yeah.
people love the story, others love the role play, some love the action, and others love just having those little moments of quirkiness. That's the magic of tabletop in general.
Now, there's a bit of dust up a while ago that we won't bring up, but it did get me thinking that the specific game that we use,
Doesn't matter.
yeah, really doesn't even crack the fucking top 10 of why I like doing this.
Yeah.
There really is no right or
Literally,
wrong way.
Munchies rank higher. Munchies, food, snacks,
Oh yeah.
rank like significantly higher than
Wasn't sure I heard
the
that word
actual
right.
game, the specific game mechanics.
Oh, yeah.
That it's just being able to like hang out with friends and goof off.
Yeah, it's like I run multiple tables and they're different dynamics for each one. Different mindsets of each table, and it's really interesting to see.
Yeah, there really is like no right or wrong way to go about tabletop.
It's
Yeah.
not so much the, like you said, the core rules and such. It's about the table and wherever the table goes. We happen to be a very heavy, story-driven role-play kind of table. Like, I could have easily have shuffled you, like, past all this and not had all of these moments and just got you on to the next, well, off to the meat grinder again. Like, I know an entire session is just going to probably be the wedding of Lumion and Cayenne with all the various guests. And yes, there is a guest list that I am formulating myself. And surprises there. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are happy.
I just want to hear more stories about like our adventures and games. Join our Discord.
I almost made Tom cry again.
Yeah, I think you did. I saw a tear for a second.
No.
If not a
Is
tear,
it like
a
that
little
one?
eye
Is it
quiver.
like that one meme where you start crying? You're like, get back in there. All right, we will say goodnight. Remember, we are off next week, I believe. So we will be back after that weekend to pick up another game. I hope you are safe. You stay merry. Enjoy your respective days off and holidays. And we will be back again to do more of this this crazy thing that we call TikTok. Have a good night.
Good
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night,
Take care.
everybody.